My great kingdom of Italy. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Spanish-Italian Fleet. When Germany and Spain made the sale of the Philippines public, it caused an uproar around the world. Among them, the United States, which has regarded the Philippines as a treasure, reacted the most fiercely. The New York Times published a long comment on this, saying that this was a very bad agreement. The decadent Spanish settlement sold off one of the only two chairs, but it was sold by the stupid Germans who had just become rich and wanted to show off their appearance. The boy was treated as a treasure, and the two countries staged a fast. Of course, no matter how ironic the New York Times is, it still cannot change the fact that Germany has purchased the Philippines. Of course, for the US government preparing for war, they also feel the urgency. This time can no longer be delayed. They continue to wait for all parties to be ready, and they still don't know what will happen. So on July 14th, the 12th day after the explosion of the US Maine, the US Navy investigation team announced the results of its investigation. The Maine encountered a mine that exploded from the outside, causing the battleship's ammunition depot to explode, causing the Maine's tragedy. This US Navy investigation report was reported by newspapers across the United States. This attitude of pointing the finger at Spain as the murderer made the American people hate Spain to the highest level. The slogan of revenge resounded throughout the land. Subsequently, the US Congress directly passed an emergency bill requiring Spain to stop its counterinsurgency war in Cuba within a week. Such direct demands for a ceasefire from other countries also show that the United States is impatient to start a war. Perhaps in the eyes of the masters of the US Congress, this ultimatum will make Spanish dogs jump over the wall and do things that make them angry. Unfortunately, the congressmen were disappointed. On the 5th day, the Spanish government issued a statement accepting the United States proposal and agreeing to stop fighting the rebels in Cuba. In order to buy time to prepare for war, Spanish officials did not care about face. Of course, the reason why Spain has such a low profile is because the ship purchase issue has not yet been concluded. Regarding the purchase of warships negotiated with Italy, it is really a long time for Prime Minister Castillo and others. Because the talks were almost over, Italy suddenly appeared willing to sell 2 Venice-class patrol ships to Spain. This sudden increase caught Spain by surprise, because these 2 Venice-class ships are no longer considered advanced and have been in service for more than 10 years. Admiral Cervera did not want these 2 ships to patrol, but when he wanted to refuse, he was stopped by the Prime Minister. The reason is simple. At this time, only Italy can purchase combat-effective warships on a large scale. Although Spain can also purchase warships from other countries, they will not sell the ships and send mercenaries who can operate them, so Spain can only continue to talk to Italy about purchasing ships. In the Prime Minister's office in Madrid, Prime Minister Castillo, Foreign Secretary Gibbs, and Navy Minister Cervera, who had just returned, were discussing with Nigel, the Italian ambassador to Madrid. Ambassador Nigel, our country has offered 120 million lire for your country's 3 Turin-class battleships and 2 Venetian-class battleships. This is not low. Although they are all battleships that have been in service for 7 or 8 years or even more than 10 years, considering the good relationship with your country, we still offered a price that is almost the same as the cost. I think this is enough to reflect the good relationship between your country and our country. Gibbs started talking about the relationship between Italy and Spain. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what he said. The price for selling old ships to new ones was indeed very high. But it's a pity that Nigel doesn't think the price is high. Mr. Gibbs, you are right. I shouldn't dwell on this, but you also know that the sale of this warship is different. Your country is not buying our warship because it can directly exert its full combat effectiveness and be able to fight. This is the best thing about selling ships in our country, so this must also be reflected in the price. Nigel's still unsatisfied words drew a rebuttal from Prime Minister Castillo. Ambassador Nicol, our country has shown enough sincerity to your country. If your country wants to get a higher offer, it is simply impossible. Our country has limited funds and time, and cannot fall into an unlimited dispute. If Prime Minister Castillo already has some threats, how can it be difficult to defeat Nickel? At this time, the Spanish government, which has sold the Philippines, is actually in a dilemma unless they find another company that is willing to sell warships and retired officers and soldiers like Italy, a naval power that helped it fight the war at present. There are only a few naval powers in Europe that can be called powerful naval powers, including Britain, France, Italy, Russia, and Germany. Except for Italy, which is crazy poor. Other countries will not do this, however. Considering time and other reasons, Nigel decided to give Spain a step down. Of course, if your country can change the purchase method, then I think this negotiation should be able to reach an agreement soon. Unexpectedly, the Italian ambassador suddenly changed his tone, which surprised the three of them. Of course, it would be best if there was a breakthrough. In what way? Nigel explained. It's like this. These warships are the main warships of our country's navy, and the money after the sale is mainly for our country's navy to build new ships. So when it comes to selling prices, the opinions of our country's navy are very important. Our country will not raise prices anymore. They are already very expensive. Please listen to what I have to say first. The selling price may not be able to be increased, but it is equally possible to transfer the expenses from other places to the selling price. Such an obvious hint could not be understood by the three senior Spanish officials in the office. So why did Nickel propose to misappropriate other expenses into the cost of selling ships? This is not just the navy crying for poverty. Faced with the navy crying for poverty, Carlo knew that Italy cannot lack a strong navy. When the government cannot provide the money, I can only acquiesce and figure it out on my own. However, after Spain set a price of 120 million lire, the Navy's top brass began to think about the salary and even the pension. This is almost a waste of soldiers' blood for the sake of building ships. This also shows how hungry the Italian Navy has become due to poverty. Of course, they also knew that this kind of thing was not visible to the public, and they could not even make suggestions. They could only give hints and put them forward by Spain. They pretended not to see it. I understand what you mean. Well, in view of the relationship between your country and our country, we can raise the price of purchasing warships to 140 million lire. However, the cost of purchasing warships is too much, and the cost of hiring your officers and soldiers is it's not a little lower. I think twice the salary is very reasonable, and I also give twice the pension. What do you think? It is indeed difficult to handle, but I believe our government will consider your country's difficulties. I believe there will be good news within 3 days. Nickel left the Spanish Prime Minister's office after giving an obviously suggestive reply. In less than 3 days, Italy and Spain signed an agreement on the sale of warships on the next day. In this agreement, Italy sold 3 Turin-class battleships and 2 Venetian-class cruise ships for a total amount of 140 million lire. In addition, there was a secret agreement. The officers and soldiers of the 5 warships also retired on the day the agreement was signed and were employed by the Royal Spanish Navy. 3 Turin-class battleships, 2 Garibaldi-class cruise ships, and 2 Venetian-class cruise ships. These 7 battleships are enough for the Americans to drink. I just don't know if they like such surprises. Chapter 402 Americans speed up. The news that Italy sold warships to Spain spread throughout the world in a short time. No one would have thought that Italy would get involved when the war between the United States and Spain was about to break out. Many European media have reported on this, but among the many reports, the report by The Times is the most interesting point. In a review in The Times, Italy's sale of warships to Spain was described as a crazy poor man helping a poor house to defend itself against foreign thieves, just to earn 2 pennies to buy bread. It's very interesting to read this comment in The Times. There is nothing wrong with describing Spain as a poor country, and there is nothing wrong with Italy as being poor and crazy. However, it is very interesting to describe the United States as a foreign thief. If someone who doesn't understand sees this, it will definitely not be good for American senses. That's right. People who are not from this era don't understand how the British Empire feels about the rebellious son of the United States. From burning the White House to getting involved in the American Civil War, the British Empire does not care about the United States at all. As for now, the old father's care cannot be absent. This ridicule is not considered caring. Some tabloids and even military officers even suggested that the British Empire should also sell a number of warships to Spain. Fortunately, no one mentioned that a number of naval officers should also be retired to operate the warships. Why do the British have so much ill will towards the United States? To paraphrase the most widely circulated saying, the British Empire has no permanent friends, only permanent interests. The hostility towards them is also related to interests. The establishment of the United States was a result of the damage to the interests of the British Empire. This country with original sin later peaked at Canada and burned down its house before stopping point. After testing its northern neighbor to no avail, the United States turned its attention to the south. The famous Roman doctrine slogan, "America is for Americans," is the United States Southern exploration. It's really cool. The major powers, led by Britain and France, just do whatever they need to do. No one cares about what Americans think. Then seeing that other countries ignored it, the United States continued to work hard on its internal strength. Now that I feel that I'm strong enough, I'm ready to attack Spain and declare that I have my own interests in South America. It would be strange if the other powerful brothers in this hall were willing to share the spoils. So when the United States and Spain are about to ask for their weapons, what is the attitude of European countries? Whether the attitudes of European countries are important to the United States or not, I believe the US government has its own considerations. But one thing they have not considered is that Italy will sell warships to Spain at this juncture point. Therefore, after learning of the incident, as the head of the US government, President William McKinley immediately convened officials to discuss countermeasures in the conference room of the White House. President McKinley spoke to the military and political officials sitting in the conference room. "Gentlemen, everyone should know the news from Europe. The Kingdom of Italy has just sold an entire fleet to Spain. This matter is related to the safety of the United States. Please speak freely." Despite the president's words, everyone present turned their attention to Acting Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt. Because this is about battleships, the Navy has the most say on this matter, facing everyone's looks. Theodore Roosevelt spoke. "Everyone, Italy's sale of warships to Spain does have an impact on us, and it can even be said to have a considerable impact. Because Italy not only sold warships, but also the officers and soldiers who operated the warships retired and were hired by Spain." Theodore Roosevelt caused a lot of whispers because the news came as a surprise to many. Don't think that everyone should know this news. Many people don't know that Spain bought the ship together with the people. Think about it, the ministers of various departments are all busy with so many things every day. How much time do they have to pay attention to other things at any time? Besides, Spain deliberately concealed the matter of hiring people, and it was not reported by the media. Apart from the intelligence agencies of various countries, few people knew about it. Seeing that many people were shocked by the news, Theodore Roosevelt continued. "Everyone, although Spain has received help from Italy, we Americans will never give up because of this. It is not advisable to rely on a fleet to make us give up supporting Cuban independence, because we can build more than the other side. If the other side builds one warship, we can build two. The little money Spain has from selling the Philippines is not qualified to fight with us. We need to let other countries know that the United States is no longer indifferent to surrounding affairs. We need to pay attention to the surroundings, because there may be hidden dangers that harm US interests around the United States. Other countries must listen carefully to our ideas." Theodore Roosevelt deserves to be remembered as a great figure in history. His passionate tone and firm confidence had a profound impact on other ministers present. Many people secretly marked him as a natural political talent. Of course, Theodore Roosevelt could not have the limelight of this meeting alone. Secretary of State William Rufus Day stood up and said, "Here, I need to review my previous work. We underestimated the attitude of European countries towards us. From Germany's purchase of Spanish colonies, we can see that the attitude of European countries towards our country is not friendly." And then the sale of Italy continued. About the battleship. I think under the current circumstances, in addition to continuing to put pressure on Spain on the Cuban issue, we need to release enough goodwill to other countries For example, we should send friendly messages in newspapers and media, and our government should also take measures such as friendly visits to European countries to improve relations with European countries. Of course, the most important thing is, should we continue to act as planned? As soon as Secretary of State Day finished speaking, the young acting Secretary Roosevelt suddenly stood up. Of course we cannot act according to the plan. The US Navy is not afraid of Italian black hands. The interests of the United States cannot be allowed to be trampled by other countries. It's not that I'm afraid of the Italians, it's that the United States needs to win. Of course, we in the United States are going to win. That's an unquestionable fact. Roosevelt was like an angry lion, making people feel his ambition point thanks to Secretary Roosevelt's instigation and nonsense. The meeting was held smoothly. The people present were very impressed by Secretary Roosevelt, and of course the result was also very popular. In view of the unexpected events that have occurred one after another, the United States intends to speed up its preparations for war with Spain. In order to avoid long nights and nightmares, now no one can hold back Americans who want to enter the war. Chapter 403 The Spanish-American War breaks out. Now that it has been decided to accelerate the pace of the war, the government and Congress have continued to advance various bills in an attempt to prepare the United States for war. On August 10th, in the US Congress, it was very rare for senators and members of the House of Representatives to jointly hold a resolution meeting. Cuba independence, Cuba independence. The uniform voice made all the congressmen present involuntarily start talking, and they checked yes and put them into the ballot box. In fact, voting at this time is more of a process, solving a procedural problem for the United States. In fact, most congressmen know that this vote is more of a show of democracy and freedom to the American people. Therefore, many congressmen who have voted are very happy to be interviewed by reporters and declare their own political ideas. By the way, of course, swearing at Spain is definitely a must. Based on the results of the vote, we will support Cuba's independence and protect the Cuban people from the oppression of Spanish colonizers. The speaker quickly announced the results of the vote. Whether they were already aware of the members or reporters who were unaware, they all cheered at this moment. Many reporters had even decided to use the title of their next article, Liberator of Cuba. At the White House, not far from Congress, President McKinley signed his name on a document when he received the news. Yes, this is an ultimatum sent to Spain, requiring Spain to withdraw from Cuba and protect Cuba's independent status. Otherwise, the United States will have the power to use any method of its own to help the Cuban people gain independence. Yes, this is a war ultimatum, and it also gives a deadline to reply before 14 days. In other words, Spain only has 2.5 days to consider, otherwise it will mean declaring war. The ultimatum, which was quickly signed, was handed over by Secretary of State Day to Spanish Ambassador to the United States Depp. Mr. Depp, I hope your country will respond as soon as possible. Ambassador Depp, who received the ultimatum, replied with an indignant look. Don't worry, we will respond. At the same time, a large number of warships gathered at the Jacksonville military port in Florida. From the latest 4 Pennsylvania-class ships to the current mainstay Indiana-class and the battleship Iowa. Of course, in addition to these top-notch beings, there are also a large number of other warships in the military port, filling the huge Jacksonville military port. Currently, these warships are docked quietly in the harbor. Sorry, this is a bit wrong. 5 warships are making fire. It seems that they have a mission. There are indeed 5 battleships preparing to set sail. They are 3 Montgomery-class protected cruisers, the US Montgomery, the US Detroit, and the US Marblehead. As the smallest protected cruiser in the United States, this class only weighs 2,100 tons, but its firepower and speed are not bad. With a speed of 19 knots and 9 127mm naval guns, it is a new ship that has only entered service in the past 5 years. In addition to the 3 Montgomery-class ships, there are 2 Columbia-class protected cruisers. Compared with the small Montgomery class, the Columbia class is much larger, with a displacement of 7,300 tons, a speed of 21 knots, and a 203mm main gun. 2 152mm secondary guns, and 8 102mm naval guns. In terms of style, this should be a battleship prepared to break diplomatic ties. The mission of these 5 warships is somewhat related to breaking diplomatic relations, that is, to carry out blockade missions. This mission was also issued by Major General Samplin. It aimed to achieve a blockade of Cuba before the war began, prevent it from receiving material supplies, and create conditions for the army to land point. As the commander of all US warships in the Caribbean, Major General Samplin is handing over tasks to the commander of this team, Major Marquis. Your mission this time is to blockade Cuba's seaports, mainly the 3 ports of Havana, Mariel, and Santiago in the north. The Spanish army in Cuba cannot be replenished with supplies. This is also the key point you need to pay attention to. In addition, as for breaking into ships, the principle of belligerence can be used. Follow your orders, General, and ensure the mission is completed. Faced with Major Marquis's answer, Major General Samplin was very satisfied with him. This person has a brave style and a brilliant mind, making him very suitable for this blockade work. Go, Major Marquis, I'm waiting for good news from you. After Major Marquis left, Major General Samplin rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead. There are so many warships arriving from the east and west coast these days, which makes Rear Admiral Samplin very busy. After finally finishing the arrangements, the war was about to break out. The continuous high-intensity work made Major General Samplin feel a little tired. Of course, Spanish Prime Minister Castillo was also tired. When he saw Foreign Secretary Jobs arriving in a hurry, he noticed it. Sure enough, when Jobs presented the American ultimatum, the Prime Minister's heart dropped. What was supposed to come had indeed come. What else could he say? Convene a meeting with the cabinet ministers. Prepare for war. That's right. Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. Whether we can defend Cuba, a fertile land, depends on battlefield performance. As for the US ultimatum, not only Spain knows about it, but also all European countries. Among European countries, Germany is the most nervous. Because they had just purchased the Philippine colony, and the people were still on the way, there could not be any unprovoked incident. Summon the US ambassador and tell them our attitude toward the Philippines. Yes, in order to avoid some misunderstandings, the German government plans to warn the United States not to touch its Philippines. This may be because the Germans reacted a bit too much, but it also avoided possible misunderstandings between Germany and the United States. However, compared with Germany, the situation in Italy is a bit dumbfounding. You mean the United States wants to give us an aid payment? Yes, Your Majesty. These are the exact words of Ambassador Robert from the United States. Considering the hardship of the people affected by the disaster in Sardinia, they plan to donate $500,000 in relief supplies to us. In addition, the US government also provides a $10 million credit loan, providing wheat and other crops to our country. When Carlo heard this, he doubted his Sardinian officials. Did the flood only affect 20,000 people? Looking at the attitude of Americans who are more anxious than themselves, it seems that they are the ones suffering from the disaster. In fact, at this time, Carlo still didn't understand why the United States was so enthusiastic. It was neither a small flood nor an attack of kindness, and he hoped that Italy would stop tormenting them. Yes, after analyzing the reasons for Italy's intervention, the United States believed that it was mainly economic interests that led Italy to sell the warship to Spain. Because Italy has no conflict of interest with the United States, and the United States is expanding at home, Italy has no interests at all in the Americas. Apart from the money given by Spain, is it also because of love? Now that the reason is known, it is not too late to remedy the situation. In order to avoid other possible accidents, the US government decided to appease the poor and crazy Italy. So there was a $10 million line of credit. Since the United States is so afraid that Italy will continue to cause trouble, there is nothing to say. Let's see how the United States and Spain perform. Chapter 404 Rescue Fleet. When the whole world was paying attention to the movements of the United States and Spain, the US Navy made a move that caused an uproar. I don't know if the time was not calculated correctly or there was a problem with the explanation. On August 12, US warships blocked the three ports of Havana, Mariel, and Santiago in northern Cuba, and prohibited the entry and exit of any ship. This practice of the US Navy was quickly spread to Europe, which caused an uproar in various countries. Because this kind of blockade is completely a military act, when war has not been declared, what is the difference between taking military action and undeclared war? At this time, the US government was also surprised by the Navy's actions. It was too late to say anything at this time. Regarding the undeclared war by the United States, the media in various European countries have even reported on it, allowing the United States to show its face well in front of the European people. Of course, at this time, faced with the United States' undeclared war, the Spanish government has already had no retreat. In order to save Cuba, they even sold the Philippines. What else can they do now except declare war? So on August 13th, Spain officially declared war on the United States. The Americans, who made a mistake while declaring war on Spain in Congress, traced the start of the war to August 11th. This operation of temporarily changing the start time of the war is fascinating enough. In fact, this also shows that the United States is unfamiliar with the rules of war. After all, it has not been used for decades. It is completely normal to be unfamiliar. Just practice it a few times. And these are just small details that don't need to be paid attention to. What really deserves attention is a head-to-head competition between the two parties. At this point, all countries are looking forward to it. After the declaration of war, the US Army prepared for war with great fanfare, and its pocket-sized army expanded like a balloon. Before the declaration of war, the US Army had only 28,000 troops. According to the US military's plan, at least 100,000 US troops would be needed to land in Cuba. Therefore, there is no need to mention that the recruitment of retired officers and soldiers, and reserve officers and soldiers, as well as the procurement of arms, the preparation of supplies, and a series of tasks are waiting for the army to handle. These tasks make the army very busy, and there are countless mistakes in it. Although it is very busy, the size of the army is also constantly expanding. From 28,000 people, it grew to 45,000 people in just 10 days. Of course, it is possible to grow so fast thanks to the generous help of people from all walks of life. For example, Bonnie La Clement, the younger brother of Virginia Governor Clement and an advocate for the liberation of Cuba, with the help of his family and friends, gathered 800 people 1 week after the war started and formed the 1st Virginia Infantry Regiment. There was also A. Wilson of the Wilson family of Georgia, who also organized 600 men within 10 days, and was named the 1st Cavalry Battalion of Georgia Zouaves. It is precisely because of the promotion of these very powerful families in each state that the US Army was able to expand in such a short period of time. Moreover, these people are basically equipped with weapons, and most of them have certain training. They even carry supplies and other materials. This reduces a lot of trouble for the army. It only needs to replenish some heavy equipment such as artillery and other equipment, and one army can be initially formed. However, compared with the vigorous army, the US Navy seems unknown. In addition to still sending a small fleet to continue to blockade the island of Cuba, the warships of the US Navy were docked at the Jacksonville military port, as if they were quietly waiting for something. That's right. What the US Navy is waiting for is the arrival of the Spanish fleet. After the Spanish warships were supplemented by Italy, they had become capable of competing with the US Navy. In this case, the US Navy was naturally willing to wait until the Spanish fleet arrived and give it a head-on attack. As for comparing your patience now, it doesn't matter. Of course, in addition to waiting for the arrival of the enemy fleet and continuing to blockade Cuba, the US Navy is not doing nothing. For example, the Navy has never stopped transporting weapons, ammunition and other supplies to the rebels. The import of a large amount of American arms and supplies has rekindled the rebellion in Cuba, and the situation in Cuba is getting worse day by day. After all, the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army is doubtful, and there is serious corruption in the military, and its mobility is not very high. Even under the strict orders of the Cuban Governor Wheeler and the garrison commander General Moro Revelli, the Spanish garrison still failed to suppress the roaming rebels. The changes in the situation in Cuba are exactly what the United States wants to see. for them. If Cuba is filled with smoke by the rebels, then Spain must take action, and the best action is, of course, to send a fleet over, which is what the US Navy is willing to see. And the situation is exactly as the United States expected. When Cuba is blocked by the sea and the situation worsens, the Spanish government will certainly not be able to sit still. In order to protect Cuba, a rich land, Spain even sold the Philippines. Naturally, it did not want to see Cuba in danger, therefore, sending the fleet in your hand is a very advantageous card. To this end, Prime Minister Castillo has issued an order to Navy Minister Admiral Cervera, requiring the rescue fleet to set off within a week to rescue Cuba. Faced with the Prime Minister's strict order, Admiral Cervera could only accept that it was worth ordering the rescue fleet to prepare for departure. Located in the port of Seville, Spain. This is where the Spanish rescue fleet is located. Most of Spain's elite warships are gathered here, including warships purchased from Italy. 3 of the Turin-class ships are one of the absolute core of the fleet. The Turin, which has been renamed Empress Isabel, the Barry, which has been renamed Isabel II, and the Princess Christine the Palermo. There are also 2 Venice-class patrol ships, the Duke of Alloa, Venice, and the Marquis of Benedetto, Brescia, as well as the Garibaldi-class, Columbus and Francisco, purchased by Spain. 7 Italian battleships with the same style are simply unique in the fleet. In addition to these 7 ships, 3 Maria Teresa class patrol ships are also among them. This was the first modern vehicle designed by the British and built in Spain. It has a displacement of 7,000 tons, 13,700 horsepower, a maximum speed of 20 knots, and is equipped with 2 280mm main guns, 1 in front and 1 in rear, and 10 140mm secondary guns in addition. There are some other warships, but these are the 10 large warships. The fleet is commanded by Vice Admiral Cedela, who is currently considered the most capable naval admiral in Spain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. Where are they? Lieutenant General Cedela, who received the order to attack, is worthy of being Spain's most capable naval admiral. After replenishing supplies, he led the rescue fleet to quietly leave the port of Seville on a dark moonlit night on August 27th. When the next morning came, many people were shocked by the empty Serbian port. Of course, the news that the Spanish rescue formation had set off also cheered up the waiting US Navy. After receiving the news, the US fleet changed its lazy attitude of basking in the sun at the Jacksonville naval port and immediately dispatched a large number of fast cruisers to densely cover the Caribbean waters, trying to detect news about the Spanish fleet. Of course, in addition to these warships, the US Navy also hired many civilian ships to conduct patrols just in case. Although these ships are not fast, they can at least know whether their enemies are coming. A series of measures taken by the US Navy have laid an airtight net in the Caribbean. As long as Spanish warships arrive, they will be discovered. The next work of the US Navy seems to be just waiting for the Spanish Navy to appear. 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 20 days, such a long time. There was no news at all about the Spanish fleet that had launched. This made many American naval officers and soldiers wonder, is the Spanish fleet still sailing with sails? But since the Spanish fleet has not yet appeared, what else can the US Navy do but continue to wait? However, the Navy can wait, but the government cannot afford to wait. Because at this time, rumors came out of nowhere that the Spanish fleet did not go to the Caribbean at all, but followed the Icelandic route and came directly to the east coast of the United States. Look at this rumor. There is no common sense at all. How can Spain avoid being discovered by taking the Iceland route? And the wind and waves there are rough, and the road there is bumpy, and there is no need to repair it, just to carry out a wave of suicide attacks on the east coast. Aren't you afraid that the US fleet in the Caribbean will go north to catch turtles in a jar? However, this rumor is full of flaws, but no one believes it, and it is spread from person to person. And the taste changes after it is spread. From the beginning, the Spanish fleet came to the east coast to carry out suicide, attacks, and then the Spanish fleet also mixed British, German, and Russian warships, hoping to destroy major ports on the east coast and block US foreign trade. Then, the Spanish fleet mixed the warships of major European countries to form a super fleet. It also brought an army of 100,000 people and wanted to occupy major ports on the east coast. At this time, the spread of rumors intensified, causing panic in the port cities on the east coast, especially in the port cities on the north of the east coast, such as Portland, Boston, Philadelphia, New York, etc., where people fled the city. There was even an escape from Chicago because of rumors that the Spanish fleet, after taking New York, would sail up the Hudson River and into the Great Lakes to Chicago. At this time, many wealthy families took their families to hide inland during this period. The performance of these wealthy people only increased the credibility of the rumors. The subsequent large-scale fleeing phenomenon made the northern states unable to sit still. They all demanded that the US Navy send warships north to protect the port from attacks. Even President McKinley couldn't stand the pressure coming from the shop. Because the rumors spread to the fertile Great Lakes and northeastern states, which are the richest regions in the United States and the core of American industry. The pressure on these states is enough for everyone to pay attention to. President McKinley, who was forced to do nothing, immediately approached Under-Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt and asked him to send warships to defend the northern states. Faced with President McKinley's order and the pressure from the northern states, even Theodore Roosevelt, nicknamed the Lion, could not withstand it. He came up with a plan overnight to mobilize the battleship US Iowa, Texas. 9 battleships, including the ironclad US New York, the armored cruiser US New York, and the protected cruisers Atlanta and Boston, rushed to support the North Atlantic Fleet. Well, it can be seen from the names of these battleships that Theodore Roosevelt was very reluctant to split up the fleet, so he tried his best to allocate faster or slower battleships for support. So, where is this Spanish fleet that has caused unrest in the United States and made the US Navy think about it without even showing up? The Cape Verde Islands are an archipelago in the North Atlantic Ocean. The Cape Verde Islands are more than 500 kilometers east of Cape Verde, the westernmost point on the African continent, and form a strategic transportation hub between Europe, South America, and Africa. In the port of Praia here, the Spanish fleet led by Vice Admiral Sedela is here. Lieutenant General Sedela exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not rush to America after leaving the port of Seville, but hid here. Of course, it's not a hiding, but a tactical arrangement. As for the movements in the Caribbean and the United States, there is a reporting ship every week, so that it can get sufficient news. You see, there are already 3 reporting ships docked in this port. Although this will cause the message to be delayed, it is the best way to hide it. Of course, the current farce in the United States has made Lieutenant General Sedra aware of an opportunity. So he called a meeting with the captains. Everyone, we just got the news that the Americans have divided their fleet. One fleet is assigned to stick to the north, because there is news that we will attack the northern ports of the United States from the Icelandic route. The Americans are afraid. Lieutenant General Sedra's words caused a burst of laughter now, because it was simply ridiculous. After the laughter subsided, Lieutenant General Sedra continued. Next, we need to take action. Since the opponent has divided their forces, we need to take action immediately. This is the best time to go to the Caribbean Sea. We have to give them a hard blow by surprise. The captains mobilized by Vice Admiral Sedra immediately knew the commander's intention, so after the meeting, they immediately returned to their respective battleships. As the captains left, Lieutenant General Sedra quickly stopped one of the captains. Colonel Leifer, wait a minute. Faced with Lieutenant General Sedra's words, Colonel Leifer stopped. Lieutenant General, is something wrong? Come to my office for a drink. Since the commander asked, Colonel Leifer would certainly not refuse. No problem at all. When they arrived at the office, Lieutenant General Sedra poured a full glass of red wine for the 2 of them and said, Leifer, thank you for your advice. After saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, but Colonel Leifer could do nothing but drink up the red wine in the glass. Later, Lieutenant General Sedra stepped in for the 2 of them. Yo. Welcome Lieutenant General. I just suggested waiting and seeing in Cape Verde, but the final decision is yours. Being able to choose the better one from countless suggestions, I think this is the ability of an excellent commander. Holding the red wine in his hand, Colonel Leifer complimented the other party. No, you are wrong. Choosing the better one from countless suggestions can only be a qualified commander. An excellent commander must have his own unique insights, extraordinary observation skills, and accurate judgment. This at one point, Colonel Leifer, you are the best. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, you are exaggerating. You should just tell me why you are looking for me. Faced with Leifer's revelation, Lieutenant General Cedra remained calm. The main reason I came here this time is to ask, where do you think we should choose to stay after crossing the Atlantic Ocean? I think it's okay to go anywhere, just not to Cuba, as I thought. I plan to go to Bermuda. This is the territory of the British. Americans don't dare to be too arrogant here, so there are loopholes. Good idea, Lieutenant General. Does this mean our heroes share the same views? So be it. Early the next morning, the people in Cape Verde discovered that the Spaniards who had been here for nearly 20 days were gone. Chapter 406 Smell on the battlefield. The US Navy has been conducting strict controls in the Caribbean for a month and still has not found any trace of the Spanish fleet. However, it is easy to neglect high-intensity deployment and control for a long time. After all, people are not machines. After the Spanish fleet was not found for a long time, the officers and soldiers of the US Navy also made some perfunctory actions. For example, the area required to be inspected is changed from inspecting every day to inspecting every other day. Point of course, this has also caused the gaps in this dense network to widen, from being airtight to becoming somewhat sparse. Fortunately, in addition to naval warships, the United States also employs many civilian ships. These private ships, mainly fishing boats, also do part-time patrol work while fishing. On September 13th, a fishing boat hurried back to the Jacksonville Naval Port, bringing shocking news. The ship saw the Spanish fleet on the evening of the 11th. In view of the high stakes, Major General Samplin personally questioned the captain of the fishing boat. Ralph. Mr. Ralph, you said you saw the Spanish fleet. Yes, General, we saw the Spanish fleet while fishing in the waters north of the Windward Islands. As if to increase his persuasiveness, Captain Ralph took out the ship diagram given to him by the Navy and said, at that time, these two ships, Garibaldi-class Columbus and Francisco, were at the forefront, followed by these three, Maria Teresa-class patrol ships, and then these three, Torino-class, ships were also at the forefront. There are these two, Venice-class, ships, as well as some other small warships and other ships. I counted as many as 24. Rear Admiral Samplin took a look. He took out the ship identification pictures printed by the Navy. These pictures were all blurred. It seemed that Captain Ralph often looked at these warship illustrations. This made Rear Admiral Samplin uneasy. I believe it a bit. Major General Samplin then continued to ask, what was the speed of the Spanish fleet you saw, and which direction was it going? Faced with Major General Samplin's question, Ralph immediately answered, the speed of the Spanish fleet should be 14 to 15 knots. When I saw it, they were heading northeast. Okay, thank you very much for your help. We will reward you after verification. After hearing this, Major General Samplin already had a preliminary impression in his mind. Coming from the north of the Windward Islands and heading northeast, isn't that the direction of Cuba? After seeing off Captain Ralph, who had observed the Spanish fleet, Major General Samplin immediately had preliminary ideas. But before that, he needed to determine the location of the Spanish fleet. Of course, a telegram was sent from the Jacksonville Naval Port to Washington. Rear Admiral Samplin reported to the Navy Department that he had discovered traces of the Spanish fleet and requested that the warships previously sent to the north be returned. In addition, he also hopes that Washington can send a message to the Cuban rebels asking them to observe various ports in Cuba for signs of the Spanish fleet. Of course, these are all asking for help from outsiders. The most important thing is to take action yourself. He immediately ordered the dispatch of fast warships to closely patrol the Caribbean waters, focusing on Cuba and Puerto Rico, because he suspected that the warships coming from Spain would definitely stop here. After all, the Atlantic Ocean is so vast that crossing it requires some repairs. Following Rear Admiral Samplin's order, the US Navy completely mobilized, including 3 Indiana-class battleships and 4 Pennsylvania-class battleships. After all, it wanted to prevent the Spanish fleet from possible attacks on the southern coast. Following Rear Admiral Samplin's order, the Caribbean became even busier, with various American warships and hired civilian ships searching for the whereabouts of the Spanish fleet. However, after 3 consecutive days of searching, the Spanish fleet seemed to have disappeared. It appeared in the Windward Islands and was nowhere to be seen. The exploration of Cuba and Puerto Rico did not find anything in their ports. Where is the Spanish fleet that the US Navy misses so much? The Bermuda Islands, 1,100 nautical miles away from Florida, USA, is an overseas colony of the British Empire. This coral reef archipelago, consisting of 7 main islands, has a small population and its products are mainly salt and marine fish. The Spanish fleet, led by Vice Admiral Cedella, is here. Vice Admiral Cedra, according to the principle of belligerent neutrality, there are only 4 hours left in 3 days, and your fleet needs to prepare to leave. Mr. Oakes, the governor of the British Empire in Bermuda, was at the port, informing Lieutenant General Cedella that they needed to leave. If you don't count the boxes of high-quality Scottish white coal transported to the ship in the port, then Governor Oakes is a quite normal guardian of diplomatic norms. Wrong. The governor of Bermuda only disposed of the excess 3,000 tons of high-quality white coal and a large number of fruits and vegetables, and did not sell any supplies to the Spanish fleet. He just sold these supplies to a company called Bob Dylan Trading Company, established when the Spanish fleet arrived. This company violated the principle of belligerence, but it didn't matter what happened to him. Governor Oakes. Besides, the scent of £30,000 banknotes is indeed refreshing. Of course, he did not let Lieutenant General Cedra suffer. Recently, various news in the United States have been inadvertently revealed. By the way, you want to hire someone who is familiar with the hydrology of the east coast of the United States. Have you selected the candidates? We looked for a few, but none of them were particularly satisfactory. Well, then let me recommend one to you. Captain Ingenuity, who is known as the living chart of the east coast. This man used to travel to the east coast, but later he fell out with his boss for some unknown reason and was fired. But let me start by saying that the salary this guy demands is a bit high. It doesn't matter. We are not afraid of a higher salary. As long as he has the ability, we will definitely satisfy him. After seeing off Governor Oakes, Lieutenant General Cedella turned to ask Colonel Leifer and Major General Samplin Castillo, "What do you think of Governor Oakes, a patriot with a bit of greed?" Faced with Colonel Leifer's answer, Lieutenant General Cedra shook his head and said, "I think so too, but the other party helping us so generously makes me feel a bit unreal. What else can there be? I just hope that we can give the United States a hard blow. Didn't you see that he has helped us find a good navigator? We should not miss this good opportunity, otherwise you will regret it for life. Let me think about it again. There is a lot at stake and a mistake could have very serious consequences." While Lieutenant General Cedra was hesitant, Colonel Leifer, after learning about the deployment of the US Navy from Governor Oakes, proposed a combat plan to attack the Newport News shipyard on the east coast of the United States, and even you can go north and attack the prosperous northeastern ports of the United States. The basis is that the main force of the US Navy is currently in the south, and the port defenses in the north are empty and very suitable for attacks. In addition, it can also attract the main fleet of the United States in the south to lift its blockade on Cuba. Well, Governor Oakes of the Bermuda Islands was very talkative and talked about the deployment of the east coast of the United States. Lieutenant General Cedra was a little moved by Colonel Leifer's suggestion, but such a huge revision of the battle plan made him a little hesitant. This is basically beating the United States to death, and there is no guarantee that it will not incur the anger of the United States. Spain's national strength is simply not enough for the United States to see, which really angers the other side. Even if it has given up the idea of peaking at Cuba now, what will it do when the other side builds a new batch of warships? Spain does not have the next Philippines to sell. However, this plan was too tempting. Only now his chances of winning were greatly increased, but he didn't want to give up. It was really a dilemma. Let me think again. Now that he had said everything he needed to say, Colonel Leifer stopped speaking. After all, this battle still had to be decided by the Spaniards themselves. He was only responsible for commanding and hiring retired Italian officers and soldiers, so he just obeyed the orders. Lieutenant General Sedella had heard a little bit about Colonel Leifer and knew that he was a very promising naval genius officer in Italy. However, it was only after he came into contact with him that he discovered that he was actually such a genius. His keen sense of battlefield was also a part-time job. It's just terrible. Let's do it, no matter the consequences. Lieutenant General Sedella, who had been thinking for a long time, finally made up his mind to deal with everything before deciding what to worry about. This should be what Madrid cares about, and they should do what they need to do first. Point this time, he took a gamble. Chapter 407 Fireworks in Newport. On the busy North Atlantic, the freighter Crossflower is sailing leisurely. Captain, look, what is that there? It seems to be a fleet, or a fleet of large ships. Jack, the lookout on the freighter, said as he looked at the black smoke rising in the distance. What a fuss. Captain Basco picked up the telescope in his hand and looked into the distance. He saw 2 huge figures in the distance heading here at high speed, followed by 8 figures that were not much smaller. However, that is only compared to the previous 2 behemoths. Overall, it is still much larger than his 6,000-ton crusher. What a fast speed. They should have 15 knots. They don't seem to be merchant ships. They are warships. The 2 giant ships became increasingly clear in Basco's telescope. The huge turret on the ship made his heart tighten. This is definitely not an American battleship. An idea popped into his head. The first mate said grimly. This is definitely not an American warship. The British and French do not have such huge warships in the Americas. Everyone now knows that basically all the warships of the US Navy have been concentrated in the South. Half a month ago, the Crossflower was leased by the US Navy for transporting arms. Damn it, it's the Spanish flag. It's the Spanish fleet. At this moment, Jack, who was on the observation deck, had determined the identity of the other party. Oh God, let's get out of the way quickly. For left rudder, let's get out of here, Basco said in panic. This is a 6,000-ton merchant ship, which is almost his entire worth. Captain, it may be too late. They want us to stop the ship. Jack said desperately. Don't worry about them. They can't come for us. If we leave the main channel, they may not catch up. Then let's go back. Under the order of Captain Basco, the crucifix began to turn slowly, but the heavy load made the ship's movements very clumsy. Captain Basco was right. The Spanish fleet did not come for robbery. But at the same time, they will never let go of any merchant ship they encounter. In order to ensure the concealment of their actions, the Spanish fleet does not go in a straight line. They leave the busy transportation lines as much as possible and intercept all the merchant ships they encounter of all US merchant ships. Unfortunately for the crucifix, they ran into the Spanish fleet who wanted to conceal their whereabouts. A futile move. Looking at the evasive crusher in the distance, he shook his head. I saw a destroyer rushing towards the opponent. After easily catching up with the opponent, 2 rounds of 102mm main gun shells brought the 6,000-ton ship to a halt. We are civilians. You can't treat us like this, Captain Basco said loudly. After being pushed onto the boat, wars are all reciprocal. You can blockade Cuba, and we can also blockade the east coast of the United States, the Spanish officer said with a smile. You are our prisoners now, and that poor merchant ship will be scuttled after we take away certain necessities. Crusher is not the first unlucky person, and it is definitely not the last. During the long voyage of nearly 1,000 nautical miles, the Spanish fleet sank more than a dozen large and small transport ships. More than 300 American sailors were taken prisoner, and the US Navy knew nothing about it. It's no wonder that most of the US naval power has reached the South. From the perspective of the US military, the Spanish fleet's top priority must be to first enter Cuba, and then complete preparations, and then launch a decisive battle with the US fleet, or launch a diplomatic breaking operation, and then launch a decisive battle. But Americans may have forgotten one thing. Mobile warfare has always been the choice of the weak. The US fleet once used it to break up engagements. The British Navy was relatively passive. This time the Spanish fleet's strategy was the same, but it was just bigger. It is also incorrect to say that Americans are not prepared at all. Although the ocean fleet has all moved south, it still leaves a certain amount of defensive power in some important military ports. For example, at the Navy port of Hamilton, the Americans left the 6,000-ton coastal defense ironclad US Texas, the 6,000-ton shallow water heavy gunship US Puritan, the 4,000-ton shallow water heavy gunships US Fear and US Monterey, plus 2 torpedo boats TB2 and TB3 to guard Hamilton Harbor and the adjacent Navy Newport News shipyard point in the early morning of September 18th, when Vice Admiral Cedra and his fleet sighted land. Captain Ingenuity, who had been hired with a high salary, immediately shouted, "We are at the southern end of the Delaware Peninsula, just over 40 nautical miles from Newport News, which is very close, Captain." Ingenuity's words cheered up the Spanish officers and soldiers on the ship. It seemed that the target was not far away. More than 2 hours later, Vice Admiral Cedra and all the officers and men of the fleet showed ecstatic expressions as they looked at the warships docked quietly at the military port in the distance and the Newport News shipyard opposite. The enemy was unexpectedly unprepared. It cannot be said that they were unprepared. 2 torpedo boats rushed out of the military port. Although they knew that they were bound to die, in order to protect the military port and the shipyard, they rushed over without hesitation. In addition, the fort on the hill outside the military port finally opened fire, but this old-fashioned front-loading cannon was more for emboldening oneself. At the same time, the battleships such as the US Texas and the US Puritan and the military port finally started to light fires. Unfortunately, it was impossible to get the battleships moving without 2 or 3 hours of warm-up time. And will the Spanish fleet give them 3 hours? Each ship obeyed the order and gave priority to destroying enemy ships, and then bombarded the shipyard and port. Under the order of Vice Admiral Cedra, 10 large battleships began to take action. The 2 torpedo boats didn't even catch the concentrated fire of half a round of secondary guns, and there was no sound. The immobile US Texas, US Puritan and other battleships were completely used as fixed targets by the Spanish fleet and could not fight back. Dozens of large caliber artillery sprayed tongues of fire at them, and the orange flames and gunpowder smoke at the muzzles were even more continuous. Countless artillery shells swept towards the American warships and the naval port like raindrops. In less than 1 minute, the Texas was hit by at least 10 large caliber artillery shells. Each large caliber artillery shell was like a heavy hammer, constantly knocking on the fragile hull of the Texas. Some lucky Americans have truly experienced what it means to live like a year. No one knows how long they can live, and everyone is afraid that a shell will penetrate the cabin wall not far away. And those unfortunate people were directly killed by explosions, shrapnel and flames. In just a few minutes, the entire battleship was hit by intensive shells. The entire superstructure turned into a burning torch, and yellow-green flames spread all over the deck, devouring everything it encountered. The Texas was still struggling in the fire and smoke, while the Terror next to it didn't even have a chance to struggle. With a displacement of just over 4,000 tons, it actually had a twin-mounted 305mm main gun and a twin 254mm secondary guns, plus 330mm main armor. The data on paper is excellent, but Americans know very well what level it is at. The reserve buoyancy was minimal, the stem string was extremely low, and the main armor belt was so narrow and short that it was almost useless. Coupled with the excessive weight of the armament, the stability and redundancy of this ship were really poor. Although it was not taken care of, it was still beaten by the 2 Venice-class armored cruisers at the end of the team. A 254mm high explosive bomb hit the bow of the Terror like a heavy hammer. The entire battleship shook violently, and then a bright yellow flame exploded at the bow. The huge explosion directly opened a large hole of more than 10 square meters in the bow. The entire bow then sank violently, a large amount of water poured into the bow, and the Terror tilted severely. Subsequently, at least 3 more 254mm shells hit, and the Terror was riddled with holes. The raging fire spread on the ship, and the people on the bridge were killed or injured. The fire quickly developed out of control, and the ship was finished. As for the American counterattack, the naval port was suddenly attacked, and many of the crew were not on the ship. With insufficient manpower, sporadic counterattacks did not cause any harm to the Spanish fleet at all point in the next half hour. The Terror sank, the Monterey sank, and the Pilgrim sank. Only the Texas did not sink, but it was as motionless as a dead fish, and even the artillery for counterattack was gone. Then a destroyer approached the Texas and dispatched the opponent with a single torpedo. After the warships in the military port were cleared, the 2 Venice-class warships were left to bombard the facilities in the port. The other warships sailed towards the Newport shipyard on the opposite side of the harbor, where 2 conspicuous giant ships were waiting for them to destroy. While the military port suffered a devastating blow, the Americans were not idle either, although there were no forts and artillery there. But taking advantage of this precious time, the small boat coming from Hamilton Harbor quickly laid a small number of mines on the main channel. The personnel on the shore, under the command of the officers, arranged smoke cans to cover the 2 giant ships that were being outfitted. Faced with this situation, the Spanish fleet did not dare to get too close to the target. After all, its fleet did not bring a minesweeper. If it collided with one, the gain would outweigh the loss. It just raised the artillery elevation and fired at the shipyard in the distance. If the fleet battle could still be called a battle, then now it was just pure massacre. The shells cut through the air in curves that heralded destruction, and with the harsh sound produced by cutting through the air, they landed on the warships and nearby factories being built several kilometers away. Shells exploded around the target, and the violent explosions sent everyone in Newport into panic. The 2 giant ships under construction were silently enduring the bombardment of the giant cannons. They were not yet completed. They had no armor plates and no artillery, just like 2 targets. The first one to be directly hit was the Kentucky, or 356mm shell directly hit the Kentucky's gun ring. After a loud noise, nearly half of the round gun ring was blown away, and what was even more deadly was the fierce flames. The flammable materials in the cabin spread toward the interior of the hull. Subsequently, the power compartment in the middle of the hull of the Kearsarge was also hit by a 356mm artillery shell, which blew apart the pipelines and power systems being installed inside. Although due to the thick smoke and distance, not many shells hit directly. But for these 2 unfinished warships, which had no armor protection and no damage control, such a blow was already quite fatal. The materials and flammable materials inside the hull became accomplices in the destruction of these 2 warships. A large amount of air poured in from the gun mounts and other holes, allowing the flames inside the hull to get enough oxygen. In the scorching flames, these 2 battleships, which were supposed to be completed in 1900, were completely turned into a pile of scrap metal. The US Navy is crying at this moment. Chapter 408 Chance Encounter. The bombardment of the Newport News shipyard and Hamilton Harbor continued until noon, and then the Spanish fleet sailed away, leaving behind a mess of messes and better-looking American soldiers and civilians. As for the Spanish fleet, the officers and soldiers were in high spirits. How could they not be happy about such a successful attack with no casualties? Sorry, it's not nothing. 2 people sprained their feet during the battle, and 1 person hit his head. 3 people in the Spanish fleet were injured. The happiest things here are the 2 Garibaldi class and 3 Maria de Sa class armored ships. The Spanish officers and soldiers on the ship cheered and cheered. As for the 3 Turin class ships and the 2 Venetian class ships, the Italian officers and soldiers on board are all veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. Although they are happy to be shooting at fixed targets, they are not so happy. The difference between the 2 can be seen from the reactions of the officers and soldiers on both sides. Of course, the Spanish officers and soldiers will be like the Italian officers and soldiers. After experiencing the baptism of several naval battles, this battle has greatly improved the morale of the officers and soldiers. On the flagship, the original Turin, now the Imprecisable Spirit, the fleet commander, Vice Admiral Sedella, looked at the calm Italian mercenary officers and soldiers, and said to Colonel Leifer next to him with envy, "Yes, no one expected that the US Navy would have no defense at all. I find it incredible. Although their warships are not strong enough, even if they come out, they will be useless, but they will cause us a lot of trouble." But this does not count. What surprised me most was the lack of coastal defenses, which made me think that the next battle was full of hope. As he spoke, Colonel Leifer took out the chart and pointed at it. We are currently off the coast of Newport News, which is only more than 400 nautical miles away from New York, the largest port in the United States. Considering that even Newport News's coastal defenses are so poor, New York will not be too high. Leafers. Words made Lieutenant General Cedra's eyes shine. Obviously these words moved Vice Admiral Cedra. If the Spanish fleet did the same thing in New York, it would definitely shock the whole world. Moreover, 3 battleships are being built at the Brooklyn shipyard in New York, which would be a huge blow. American confidence. It is possible that the Americans would cease the war and admit defeat. Don't think that Lieutenant General Cedra is just thinking nonsense. It goes without saying that New York is important to the United States. The largest city in the United States is also the largest trading port and a financial center. If this city was bombarded, you can imagine the shock to the United States. Of course, New York's defense is not comparable to that of Newport News. Its coastal defenses alone include 6 shore defense guns with a caliber of 200mm or more, and 18 with a caliber of 100mm or more. In addition, the fleet's attack on Newport News has exposed its whereabouts, and American coastal cities must be on standby. It is simply impossible to conduct a raid again. Moreover, the United States also has a fleet in the north. Although its combat effectiveness is not as high as that in the south, if there is the cooperation of coastal defense batteries, it will still cause trouble to the Spanish fleet. It is also difficult to successfully perform the task. Perhaps Lieutenant General Cedra didn't know that the US North Atlantic fleet he was obsessed with was not far away from him. In the Atlantic, a fleet flying the flag of the United States Navy was sailing south. This fleet consists of the battleship Iowa, the cruiser New York, and the protected cruisers Atlanta and Boston. The fleet, led by Colonel Laurent, is sailing to the Jacksonville Naval Port. The reason is very simple. Didn't Major General Samblin discover traces of the Spanish fleet before? In order to enhance the strength of his fleet, in order to fight with it, he sent a telegram to recall the fleet that had been sent to the northern part of the East Coast. Of course, it was not easy to recall him, and it took a lot of wrangling before he could make the trip. Send a telegram to Hamilton Naval Port to tell them we are approaching and have the Texas prepare to rendezvous with us. On the flagship Iowa, the commander, Colonel Laurent, issued the order. Now that they were only 40 nautical miles away from Hamilton Naval Port, it was just right to send a telegram to the Texas in advance, as, "You command, Your Excellency." After a while, the communications officer came back with a constipated look on his face. "Colonel, we sent a telegram to Hamilton Military Port and there was no response. Send it a few more times." "Colonel, I have sent it several times, but there has been no response from Hamilton Military Port. I tried sending a telegram to Newport News, but no one responded." After hearing the communications officer's answer, the commander, Colonel Laurent, asked with a hint of doubt, "Did our telegraph machine break down again?" "I have also checked. The telegraph machine is running normally and there is no fault. I wonder if it is due to the influence of the weather, which may cause the communication distance to be insufficient." The communications officer didn't think too much about his failure to make contact. Instead, he considered the weather. This is not surprising. This radio communication originally received more interference factors, and the most common interference was weather effects. This is also very possible given the weather changes at sea. But I just don't know how bad the weather is at Hamilton Military Port, which can actually affect the Marconi N3 transceiver with a communication distance of 100 kilometers. That's right, Marconi telegraphs are currently used by maritime ships in various countries, and this N3 model is the latest model launched by Marconi last year. The maximum communication distance can reach 100 kilometers, and 120 kilometers under good weather conditions can be achieved. The latest radio transceiver in the world is the N5 model, which has not yet been launched by Marconi Company, and can reach 150 kilometers. Colonel Roland didn't think much about the fact that he couldn't contact Hamilton Military Port. He would always be able to contact him if he continued sailing south. But not long after, the watchman shouted, "There seems to be something ahead," like a fleet of ships. The plume of smoke that appeared at the junction of the sea and the sky forced the lookout to give a warning. "Don't worry, it should be the merchant navy." The officer didn't think much about it. After all, the East Coast was busy with trade, and it was very normal to encounter a fleet. But this plume of smoke looks a bit strange, and it moves a bit fast. Watching. Hand, who was unwilling to give up, wanted to defend himself. Okay, Low, don't make a fuss. This may be a fast merchant ship transporting high-value goods. What are you worried about? Observer, who had been taught a lesson, stopped talking. However, as the distance got closer, the opponent's fleet also appeared, and it was heading towards them at high speed. Why? Does this figure look a bit like a warship? Something feels wrong with the observer. Hand. No, there is a warship coming towards us. The observers who reacted immediately loudly reported their findings. What? The officer looked closely at the high-powered telescope and saw that it was indeed a warship. No, a warship is approaching. The officer who came to the conclusion immediately sounded the alarm, and at the same time, other ships also sounded the alarm, announcing the news of the approaching warship. What happened? Colonel Laurent, alerted by the siren, immediately came to the command room. Report to the colonel that a warship is approaching us. What? Shocked by the news, he immediately raised his telescope and looked over. Before he could understand, he heard shouts from the observation post. No, it's a Spanish battleship. The enemy's fleet, 3 Turin-class battleships, 2 Garibaldi-class cruisers, 2 Venetian-class cruisers, and 3 Maria-the-class cruisers. What are they doing at this? Why are they here? This is what Colonel Laurent wanted to ask. But now he can't care about this problem. Now he needs to consider what to do next. Fight or flee? This is a difficult multiple choice question. Sir, what should we do? Sir, other warships are questioning us. Sir, make your decision. Colonel Laurent had never felt that it was so difficult to make a choice, but looking at the increasingly clear enemy ships, he said with difficulty, order each ship to retreat. Each ship will evacuate on its own and return to New York. Tell them that the Spanish fleet is coming. When Colonel Laurent ordered the retreat, on the Spanish fleet's side, Vice Admiral Sedela looked at the American fleet that appeared in front of him, and showed ecstasy. God must have heard his prayers, otherwise how could he send an American fleet to him? Although the enemy was turning to escape, how could they be allowed to escape under such circumstances? Order all ships to pursue immediately. The 3 battleships will target the US Iowa, Columbus, and Francisco. The target priority will be the US New York, and the other ships will choose their opponents in turn. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the officers and soldiers on the battleship had the same expression. Even Colonel Leifer, who had always been very steady, changed his expression point. Although Lieutenant General Cedra was ambitious and wanted to capture all the opponent's battleships, he still carefully chose to capture the most threatening targets first, which were the battleship Iowa and the cruiser US New York. Among them, the Iowa's top speed was only 16 knots, while the New York's top speed was 20 knots. The Turin class was as high as 18 knots, and the 2 Garibaldi classes were as high as 23 knots. In terms of speed, it was determined that they could not run away. The only hope was to wait until sunset and use the cover of night to escape pursuit. As for now, you can only wish for yourself. This chapter is also called Encountering Love Around the Corner. Chapter 409. Chicken feathers all over the place. Facing the fiercely attacking Spanish fleet, the American fleet immediately scattered and fled. Colonel Laurent soon felt a trace of regret, because although the Iowa under his seat looked mighty, its top speed was only a terrible 16 knots. This speed was incomparable to the Turin class, which could still run 18 knots. It's just a bit unsatisfactory. Not to mention, the 20-knot Maria Theresa class armored cruiser was harassing the ship, making it even harder for Iowa to run faster. 2 hours later, in the desperate eyes of the officers and soldiers on the Iowa, 3 Turin class ships surrounded them. Boom, boom, boom. Greetings. From 3 Turin class 356mm main guns came roaring from a distance of 6,000 meters. The successive splashes of water made the officers and men of the Iowa heave a sigh of relief. However, they knew that it was not time to relax yet. There were at least 3 hours before dark, and they had to survive these 3 hours. Of course, the Iowa was not without counterattacks. Its 4 305mm 35X main guns also fired at enemy ships on the sides and rear. But it also didn't hit point. However, the failure of both parties to hit is temporary because the two parties are getting closer, making hits easier and easier. Boom. A 356mm shell weighing more than 400 kilograms hit the stern of the Iowa ship. The violent explosion punched a large hole in the stern of the ship. It also caused the Iowa's speed to drop sharply. The expressions of the American officers and soldiers on the ship suddenly changed. It looked ugly, the power cabin was hit, and the speed slowed down. Seeing this opportunity, how could the three Turin-class battleships miss it? They already had the speed advantage and took the opportunity to surround them immediately. Let the three patrol ships leave to pursue the enemy ships. Leave this to us. Colonel Leifer, who was in charge of commanding the battleship formation, first issued the order for the three Maria the class armored cruisers to leave. This is not because he is afraid of taking the credit, but it is really not suitable for patrols to intervene in the next battle between battleships, because from a visual point of view, battleships are heavy cavalry and patrols are light cavalry. Anyone who wants to go head to head with heavy cavalry confronting light cavalry would not end well. The three patrol ships also understood what Colonel Leifer meant, left a message wishing them good luck, and flew away. Okay, now it's a showdown between battleships, but it's 3 versus 1. You can choose one to fight 3 of us, or 3 of us to fight one of you. Well, without further ado, at a distance of 4,500 meters, the artillery fire from the 3 Turin-class ships was mercilessly attacking the Iowa. Of course, the Iowa did not give up its plan. Its 4 305mm main guns and 8 203mm secondary guns also fought back. The two sides kept firing, hoping to give their opponents a fatal blow. This was a real hand-to-hand fight, and the gunner kept repeating the order to fire. The shells were lifted up from the ammunition magazine at the bottom under the action of the bomb hoist and manpower, and then sent into the still hot barrel. Then he stuffed the medicine bag wrapped in silk into it, closed the breech block, took aim and fired. The successive bombardments caused damage to both sides. For example, the Isabel II, formerly known as the Barry, was hit multiple times by the Iowa's 305mm shells and 203mm shells, causing 2 152mm secondary guns to be damaged, and human losses. However, the loss of the Isabel II was completely inadequate compared to the loss of the Iowa. The Iowa is now riddled with scars. The damage caused by the 356mm heavy artillery to the Iowa is considerable. Its bow and rear chimney were hit, which directly resulted in extremely poor aiming of the rear main gun. In addition, the 4 203mm secondary guns in the middle of the ship were destroyed. In addition, several large holes on the ship's side also showed that its armor was not enough in front of the 14-inch cannon. Of course, this is just the beginning of Iowa's suffering. Boom, boom. Two loud bangs sounded from the rear of the Iowa hull. At a distance of less than 3,500 meters, the main gun of the Palermo, renamed Princess Christina, fired 2 356mm armor-piercing projectiles into the stern of the Iowa at a nearly vertical angle. The first shell hit the main armor belt, causing a huge impact on the Iowa's main armor belt. Although there was no breakdown, an entire main armor plate was torn away from the hull, directly causing a large hole of more than 10 square meters near the stern wheelhouse of the Iowa. Another shell directly penetrated the upper armor belt of the Iowa, and then passed through several cabins, before exploding above the wheelhouse. The huge shell directly destroyed the wheelhouse, and the entire battleship was suddenly semi-out of control state. Next, the 3 Turin-class battleships continued to spray firepower on the Iowa, causing its losses to increase. The counterattack firepower from the Iowa is getting weaker and weaker. It's time. At this time, Colonel Leifer ordered the 2 destroyers waiting outside to enter. It was a bit difficult to rely on artillery shells to deal with the opponent, so it was better to use torpedoes. Besides, there are still missions ahead, so it would be good to save some shells. Under the order of Colonel Leifer, 2 destroyers, the Alvaro and Molina, galloped into the scene. These 2 destroyers are both new ships commissioned by Spain in 1896. They have a displacement of 800 tons, carry 4 356mm torpedo tube launchers, and have a maximum speed of 28 knots. 2 destroyers were seen rushing towards the Iowa. Facing the malicious little guy, the Iowa was still resisting desperately, and the only few secondary guns on the ship were still firing at it. It's just that the two destroyers chose their positions very cleverly, and only three 57mm cannons could shoot them. The 57mm naval gun can only deal with small torpedo boats, but it is still not good at dealing with destroyers. When they were within a few hundred meters, the two destroyers made a beautiful turn, and 6 torpedoes struck the Iowa. Bang, bang, bang. 5 consecutive loud noises opened a huge horizontal crack in the Iowa. A large amount of seawater poured in, causing the Iowa to tilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. This giant ship had already go to the end of life point at this time. The sun has already dropped to the sea level. If it were later, the night would come out. Compared with the 3 battleships that spent a lot of effort to deal with their opponents, the 2 Garibaldi class ships couldn't be too relaxed when dealing with the New York patrol. As quasi-battle patrols, the 2 Garibaldi class ships were declared dead the moment they caught up with the New York's armored patrol. The salvo power of the 16 10-inch main guns shocked the Spanish officers and soldiers who fired the guns. The first round achieved a hit at a distance of 5,000 meters, and every subsequent round of shooting achieved a hit point. The thickest 6-inch sloped dome armor on the New York was like paper in the face of the ferocious firepower of the 2 Garibaldi class ships. Within an hour, the New York, which was attacked by 2 ships, was sent into the sea. Then the 2 ships relied on their own speed to continue chasing the enemy's escaping warships. Of course, they were not the only ones. 2 Venetian patrol ships were also pursuing them, and later 3 Maria Theresa class patrol ships were also added. The pursuit of 7 armored cruisers prevented several protected cruisers from escaping from the poisonous hands. Because these battleships were basically built around 1890, their top speed was only 17 to 18 knots, but no matter how much fighting happens, it should stop after dark. Seeing the Black Shroud, the American warships that escaped pursuit rushed to New York and needed to inform them of the news of Spain's arrival. Chapter 410 Bombardment of New York. As the largest city in the United States and the center of trade and finance, New York is a city that everyone yearns for. However, today, people in New York are rushing out of the city with their families because news came that the Spanish fleet had been discovered hundreds of kilometers away in Newport News. They came north after destroying most of Newport News, and yesterday some warships escaped back, saying that they encountered the Spanish fleet, and that except for them, all other warships were destroyed. The continuous bad news caused the people to panic completely. Everyone wanted to leave New York with their families. This is a wrong place. No matter how the government explained, New York is actually very safe, with sufficient fortifications and capable people. The torpedo boat that caused a soul-piercing attack was not afraid of the threat of the Spanish fleet at all. But this still could not save the wave of escapes in New York. On the Brooklyn Bridge, crowded crowds and carriages blocked the bridge. As for the rich men, there is no need to do this. The waiting boat has already left with these people. The apocalyptic escape scene in New York also opened the eyes of embassy staff from various countries. Among them, Millard Fitzgerald, counselor at the British Embassy in New York, recorded this scene in his diary. After the news of the Spanish attack on Newport News, a large-scale exodus began in New York, which also led to the closing of stores. The Redbud restaurant I often went to closed. As a result, I couldn't eat his steak for 2 months after a US warship escaped back in the evening of the next day. The crowd of people escaping from New York had completely grown in size. Every bridge that could leave Manhattan Island was full of people. Behrens, the second secretary of the embassy, asked me for my opinion. How could you leave in such an ungentlemanly way? Look at the performance of the Yankees. Ha 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 ha. On the 3rd day, gunfire was heard outside the bay. Now New York was really running out of people. Especially in Manhattan where we were, there were no civilians to be seen. The streets were full of troops in military uniforms. And our embassy is also in trouble. The cooks and coachmen have been conscripted. I express my dissatisfaction to the officer who conscripted them, but the American officer actually spat on the ground. These damn uneducated Americans. I hope the Spaniards will be well. To teach them a lesson, it would be best to destroy New York as well. Lieutenant General Sadella did not know the wishes of the British Councillor Mr. Fitzgerald, otherwise he would have said that this was very difficult to handle. Yes, on the third day after the attack on Newport News, they rushed to the sea off New York, but it was not easy to enter New York Bay. They could not even enter New York Bay now. The firepower here is a bit strong. Vice Admiral Cedra, who was on the ship, looked at the coastal defense batteries that kept firing, and the destroyer bolt that was hiding all the way back. In just 10 minutes of testing, Vice Admiral Cedra had already discovered that 3 shore defenses were firing at the bolt. If the battleship hadn't been small in size and fast, it would have been hit long ago. After the bolt was out of the shelling range, Lieutenant General Cedra continued. The firepower of New York's coastal defense artillery is too powerful. It seems that it will be a bit difficult to launch an attack on New York. That's not necessarily the case. These words made Lieutenant General Cedra's eyes light up, because the person who said this must have a reason. Leifa, do you have any ideas? That's right. Lieutenant General Cedra is not as confident as Leifa in himself now. This man's several suggestions have made the Spanish fleet prosperous now, and the officers and soldiers are in very good condition as a result. It's really a genius commander. Currently, it seems that New York's defense is very tight, and it is a bit difficult to enter New York Bay. Leifa is right. The United States has always been very careful in its defense of New York, the largest city. Just if you want to enter lower New York Bay, there are the Hancock Coastal Defense Battery on the Gateway Peninsula, the Hamilton Coastal Defense Battery on Long Island, and the Roanoke Coastal Defense Battery on Staten Island. These 3 forts are arranged in a triangle and can blockade the entire New York Bay. In addition to these 3 forts, the terrain of New York is a difficult problem for any invader. Because in addition to lower New York Bay, you need to cross the narrow strait between Staten Island and Long Island to enter upper New York Bay. Only after entering upper New York Bay can you see the Statue of Liberty, the New York Stock Exchange and other buildings. As for the Brooklyn Shipyard, you also need to cross the Brooklyn Bridge to see it. In upper New York Bay, the Bay and Coastal Defense Fort firmly protects the safety of upper New York Bay, and any intruder needs to ask for its consent. With such a tight defensive layout, it is impossible to find a weak point. Actually, there is another way to attack New York, but it requires taking some risks. Leifa took out a map of New York and said, I need to explain that the distance from the estuary to Manhattan is 13 kilometers. On the map, Leifa used Manhattan as the base point and used a compass to draw equal distance circles, including 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, etc. From the New York Stock Exchange in Manhattan to the estuary, 13 kilometers have been marked by a dotted line. In addition, we can see the locations marked by the 3 forts in lower New York Bay, and where they can hit them. But here, I need to mark one place in particular, and that is Jamaica Bay. The Jamaica Bay that Leifa is talking about is a large bay on Long Island. In addition to being connected to lower New York Bay, its internal waters are also relatively vast. And the method he mentioned requires the use of Jamaica Bay. We can force our way down New York Bay, but after entering New York Bay, we will immediately turn to Jamaica Bay. Hearing this, Lieutenant General Cedra had some doubts as to why he was entering Jamaica Bay. There was no navigation channel here, and the hydrological conditions were unfamiliar. Apart from being able to avoid the attacks of the 3 forts in New York Bay, it has no use. After we enter Jamaica Bay, we can bombard New York. Also, if we are lucky, the Brooklyn Shipyard may be easier to bombard. Now, Lieutenant General Cedra understood. You want to fire artillery shells from Jamaica Bay to New York. But how do you aim? It is impossible to observe the artillery target when it is blocked by land facing. Lieutenant General Cedra's words. Leifa took out a new map. This is a military map of New York, a 10,000:1 scale military map. I don't know where Leifa got it. It's the military map that the governor of Bermuda gave me. We can use this to carry out long-range bombardment by 3 Turin-class battleships. Leifa was very proud when he said this, because the Italian officers and soldiers on the 3 Turin-class ships were already capable of map bombardment operations, which was very admirable in this era. As for whether the Quirinal class main gun can hit that far, don't worry about this. There is no problem at all for the naval gun to fire more than 10 kilometers. After all, the naval gun is considered an extra long cannon, and the range is not a problem at all. However, Leifer's words did not satisfy Lieutenant General Sedra, because the risk was too high. If anyone else dared to suggest this method to him, he would be sent to a military court. How? To solve the hydrology of Jamaica Bay? If the ship runs aground, it will be really over. Yes, Vice Admiral Sedra was worried about the ship. This is easy to do. I have a hydrographic map of New York here. Leifer said and took out a hydrographic map of New York. This was also given by the governor of Bermuda. As he spoke, he turned to the page about the hydrological conditions of Jamaica Bay. We now basically have the hydrological conditions of Jamaica Bay. If you are still not worried, then there is nothing I can do. In fact, the two of them also knew that, after seeing New York's coastal defenses, it was impossible to bombard New York City on a large scale. Therefore, more can only be symbolic bombardment, but sometimes, symbolic bombardment is enough. Whether it succeeds or not depends on Lieutenant General Sedra. Give it a try. After much consideration, Lieutenant General Sedra could not resist the temptation to bombard New York. I'm busy today. There's only one chapter. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Chapter 411 Chase. On September 22nd, major European newspapers rarely published the same news on their front pages. New York was bombarded by the Spanish fleet. The United States has shown its face in front of other countries in the world. Although this is not what the United States wants to see, some things will not change according to its will. News of this kind of thing spreads very quickly, not to mention that New York is still it was also the node of the Atlantic telegraph cable. If you wanted to, any news that appeared in New York could be transmitted to Europe in an hour. As for European countries' willingness to report extensively, this is also understandable. The industrial scale of the United States exceeds that of European countries, and its products have already competed with European countries. In addition, the United States is far away in North America, and there are not many other countries that can do anything about it. It's a rare occasion when I see him being unlucky, and I don't take the opportunity to publicize it for him. How can I keep this news for the new year? Therefore, newspapers from various European countries are ridiculing the United States on this matter. Taking the Times as an example, it asked a senior British Navy general to comment on the bombardment of New York. The bombardment of New York and Newport News fully demonstrated the strategic deficiencies of the US Navy. It did not take Spain's strength into account, and made the mistake of underestimating the enemy. The Spanish fleet took advantage of this, and bombarded New York and Newport News one after another. In addition, the general also pointed out that the US Navy currently has no good way to harass the Spanish fleet on the East Coast. Because of the difference in speed between the two, it was difficult for the US Navy to capture the Spanish fleet. He is right. There are currently only 3 Indiana-class battleships that the United States can rely on. Their top speed of 15 knots is completely unable to keep up with the times. And if these 3 battleships are not brought, then the US Navy's fleet will lack the battleship, the core battleship. It is impossible to be the opponent of this Spanish fleet by just relying on 4 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships to lead other battleships. So at the end, the British Empire general said, for the US Navy, the current main problem is how to force the Spanish fleet to fight with itself. Otherwise, if there are a few more such attacks, the United States will be unable to withstand it. This Times report is quite pertinent. Those newspapers that want to attract attention have long ridiculed the performance of the US Navy. The performance of the US Navy is a complete disaster. It is better to just ask Italy for help. As long as Americans are willing to spend money, Italians will definitely not refuse. Well, this also includes Italy. But no matter what the European media thinks, for the United States, the most important thing is to stop the Spanish fleet from plundering the East Coast unscrupulously. In the Atlantic Ocean, a fleet of warships is moving quickly. Judging from the flag, this is a battleship of the US Navy. The 4 battleships headed by it are tall and mighty. Their shapes are different from other US battleships. It is obvious that this is a Pennsylvania-class cruiser. Following the Pennsylvania class is the New York class of the same class. Brooklyn parade point compared with the New York, the Brooklyn is larger and has a standard displacement of 9,200 tons. It has 8 203mm main guns arranged in a diamond shape at the front, rear, left and right. In addition, there are 12 127mm secondary guns. The maximum speed is 20 versus in addition to the Brooklyn cruiser. This fleet also includes the Columbia-class protected cruiser, Columbia, Minneapolis, and Olympic protected cruisers. These 8 warships are also the 8 fastest warships in the United States. This time, because of the Spanish fleet's harassment of the Northeast, Major General Samplin personally led the team to come for support. Report. To the General, we are still 40 nautical miles away from Newport News. We have received news from the Hamilton Naval Port. A telegram from Rhode Island has found no trace of the enemy. A telegram from the Boston garrison. They have completed the evacuation of the residence job and asked when we could arrive. A telegram came from New York asking us to arrive as soon as possible on the flagship Pennsylvania. Major General Samplin listened to the reports of the communications officer. Tell the Hamilton Naval Port that we will stay there for 3 hours to refuel and hope that they will be ready. Also send a telegram to New York City that we will arrive in 2 days. Tell the Boston garrison that they cannot relax their vigilance. Spain, the fleet is very likely to attack them and make them more vigilant. After Major General Samplin finished replying one by one, he looked at the sea and fell into deep thought. Whether the Spanish fleet would continue to attack the port where they came from and where they were now. These questions kept pressing in his mind. Point of course, for Major General Samplin, he knew something was wrong after he got the Spanish fleet to attack Newport News. They underestimated the enemy, thinking that if they besieged the island of Cuba, the Spanish Navy would rush to send a fleet to relieve the siege, and then he could lead the American fleet waiting to easily destroy it. Unexpectedly, the other party did not follow common sense and ignored the safety of Cuba. Instead, they went to the East Coast to cause trouble. It has to be said that the Spanish Navy still has capable people, and they can see the weaknesses of the US Navy at a glance. So as soon as he heard the news of the attack on the East Coast, Washington sent a telegram asking him to lead the fleet back to defense. Yes, it was more important to protect the East Coast from attack than to capture Cuba. Rear Admiral Samplin also immediately collected 8 battleships and personally led the team to rush over. As for the other battleships, they headed north together with the 3 Indiana-class battleships. The 8 warships led by Major General Samplin were also carefully selected. The 8 warships can reach a maximum speed of 20 knots at least. Along the way, Rear Admiral Samplin galloped with the battleship, and the speed never dropped below 17 knots. That's why we were able to get all the way to Newport News the day after the Spanish fleet bombarded New York. Now he just needs to wait for the Spanish fleet to attack Boston, so that he can catch the opponent. Of course, his 8 battleships cannot solve the opponent, but this time he can rely on speed. According to intelligence, the Spanish fleet has 2 Garibaldi-class cruisers with a speed of 23 knots, 3 Murayamasa-class cruisers with a speed of 20 knots, and then 3 Turin-class battleships, all with a speed of 18 knots. 2 Venice-class ships patrol. No problem was found. The speed of Spanish battleships was divided into 3 levels. As for the formation led by Rear Admiral Samplin, the warships have a maximum speed of 20 knots at worst point. As long as he could find the Spanish fleet, he would not let them escape from his eyes. As long as he waits for them, the Spanish fleet will lack the most important concealment. When the time comes, he can entangle the opponent and force him to a decisive battle when other warships arrive. This is also the most effective method currently thought by Rear Admiral Samplin. But it's already the afternoon of the next day. Why hasn't the Spanish fleet appeared yet? Where are they? I can't express that feeling because it's a matter of my level. However, the waters of New York are as easy to defend as are good and difficult to attack. It's really impossible to enter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Bermuda Islands. In the Atlantic Ocean, a fleet is sailing on the sea. This fleet is the Spanish fleet that Major General Sampin is looking for, and the American people are grinding their teeth. They did not continue to attack Boston as Major General Sampin thought. Instead, after completing the attack on New York, they took the open sea and sailed south point on the flagship Empress Isabel to Reno. Lieutenant General Cedra was chatting with Colonel Leifer. Has the power system of the Princess Christina, Palermo, been repaired, Captain? Anthony sent a telegram an hour ago to tell me that the power system has been repaired, but the 2 damaged boilers can no longer be used. We can only go to the shipyard to solve the problem. And we also need to consider whether the shipyard has the same model boilers. This is really a big problem. Without 2 boilers, the Christine Princess can only run at a maximum speed of 16.8 knots, which is a problem. Colonel Leifer's words made Lieutenant General Cedra look unhappy. This news is really bad. It seems that the bombardment of New York will be too costly. How could the price not be high? In addition to the Princess Christina's power system being hit once, the Isabel II, Berry, also had 2 152mm secondary guns destroyed. Even the Isabel the Empress was hit several times, losing a transport boat and a 76mm naval gun. The losses caused by the shelling this time were not over yet. The destroyer Russ Molina was also hit by a 280mm shell in the power compartment to prevent the torpedo boat raid of the US Navy, and was subsequently sunk by concentrated fire. At the cost of such a heavy loss, their result was that the 3 Turin-class battleships fired a total of 184 356mm artillery shells and 461 152mm artillery shells at New York City. If we hadn't seen that the New York Coast Guard had sent ships to lay mines, we could actually have fired more mines. But for the sake of safety, it is better to withdraw these 3 precious battleships quickly. The bombardment of New York this time also poured cold water on all the hot-headed officers and soldiers of the fleet. Taking into account the current large ammunition consumption of the fleet and the losses of the fleet, the plan to continue the attack was cancelled and returned early. Their destination was, of course, Bermuda, with its hospitable governor, and it was hoped that there would be some Scottish white coal yet to be sold. Of course it would be nice if there was a boiler of the same type as the Turin class, but I have too many expectations in this case. Bermuda is a warm place. Although the career path here is not bright enough in terms of money, it is better than comfort. Governor Oakes just felt that Bermuda was suitable for retirement, but not for someone as ambitious as himself. Major Jeffrey, how about a drink? On one side of the dock, Governor Oakes was warmly greeting a British Imperial Navy officer. No, thank you very much, Mr. Governor Oakes. My job is to record the supplies delivered to various naval bases in the Americas. I don't know why I deserve the enthusiasm of you, Mr. Governor, but your enthusiasm makes me happy. I'm a little uneasy facing Major Jeffrey, who seemed a bit out of touch. Governor Oakes did not believe that no one would be bribed unless the price was not enough. Major Jeffrey, actually I didn't expect that inviting you for a drink would make you think so much, Major. In fact, I'm just a little busy and want you to help me. This can not only promote our friendship, but also improve your boss's relationship with you. What's your opinion? I know you have been in this position for almost 5 years. Don't you want to go to a position with more development? Governor Oakes' words made Major Jeffrey stop recording and look at the governor of Bermuda. Jeffrey, I think you should think about the overall situation. For example, at certain times, you can do things that are inconvenient for higher-ups to do. Believe me, this may seem a bit extreme, but you will never regret it. So, this is a reason why you sold the 3,000 tons of Scottish white coal stored in the base. Facing Major Jeffrey, who seemed to have no reaction at all, Governor Oakes showed an indifferent expression. Yes, I was indeed deceived, and sold these 3,000 tons of white coal to the Spanish fleet, causing the United States to suffer huge losses. I heard that even New York was bombarded, but so what? When Governor Oakes said this, he forced out a sad expression. So in order to appease the mood of the United States, the gentleman in London removed me from my post of retiring on this isolated island. Believe it or not, in just 2 months, London will transfer me to India as a commissioner somewhere. The same reason is that, do you believe it? Although, What Governor Oakes said was a bit absurd. Major Jeffrey knew that what he said was very possible. This is because the British Empire cares about the United States, and any British military and political official knows this. After seeing Major Jeffrey's expression soften a little, Governor Oakes took advantage of the heat to hit the railroad. Don't you always want to stay in this logistics position? Don't you want to be the commander of a squadron and command the battleships to conquer the storm? Governor Oakes' words spoke to Major Jeffrey's heart. Who wouldn't want to be a fleet commander and command battleships to defend the interests of the British Empire? You mean, as long as I don't tell you that you sold 3,000 tons of base military coal? No, the 3,000 tons of coal sold to the Spanish fleet are my credit. It's useless if you don't say it. You need to make the credit yourself and let the gentleman in London see it. Don't think about taking advantage of me. And what you want is actually very simple. Under such clear instructions, it would be too much for Major Jeffrey not to understand. There are currently more than 9,000 tons of military Scottish white coal in the 2 supply ships. I can leave 6,000 tons here. Major Jeffrey was indeed generous and left 6,000 tons behind. This is a wise decision. While the two were talking, they heard the alarm bell ringing and someone from the watchtower yelling, "A fleet is coming, flying the Spanish flag. This is really about KOKO. KOKO is here." Governor Oakes turned to Major Jeffrey and said, "It seems like you even saved yourself the work of moving." After a while, the dusty Spanish fleet poured into the port. Governor Oakes soon waited for Lieutenant General Cedra and others to disembark. "Your Excellency Lieutenant General Cedra, I would like to reiterate the neutrality rules of the British Bermuda Islands. Regarding the war between your country and the United States, we strictly adhere to neutrality, so we also ask that your fleet must leave in 3 days, please. Rest assured, Mr. Governor Oakes, our fleet will never undermine your country's neutrality. I just want to ask, is Bob Dylan Trading Company still selling coal?" "Lieutenant General Cedra, you are here by chance. Bob Dylan Trading Company has just purchased 6,000 tons of Scottish white coal." Lieutenant General Cedra was very satisfied to hear that there was white coal for sale, but of course he still needed help with one thing. "Bob Dylan Trading Company is really great. I will buy these coals at the old price. Also, I have a humble request. I would like to ask you if you know where I can buy Mansa Company's N3 heavy duty boiler." Mansa's N3 heavy duty boiler. Regarding Lieutenant General Cedra's demand, Governor Oakes really didn't know where to find it because he had never heard of this boiler. He, the governor of Bermuda, was also the governor. Unless he was particularly interested in it, why would he go there? "What about boilers?" "Yes, if you know where it is, you can tell us. We will be very grateful." In the expectant eyes of Lieutenant General Cedra and others, the powerful Governor Oakes shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't know about this boiler. Maybe I can ask someone to help you ask. Maybe there is one on that boat." Faced with Governor Oakes' answer, Lieutenant General Cedra and others concealed their disappointment. "This boiler is basically not available on civilian ships. It is a military boiler at this time." Major Jeffrey, who had been watching the show for a long time, suddenly spoke. "I can actually answer this question for you." Faced with Major Jeffrey's words, Colonel Leifer, who had renewed hope, quickly asked, "Mr. Major, do you know where this boiler can be found?" Major Jeffrey responded quickly to Colonel Leifer's question. "Yes, this boiler is a military boiler launched by Mansa Company 10 years ago. It happens that one of my ships uses this boiler. Also, my name is Jeffrey Alperin Jeffrey." Major Jeffrey, can you sell us 2 of these boilers? We will pay you enough. "No problem. The boiler and coal are on board." "Which ship?" "That's the Kingfisher transport ship." Under the guidance of Major Jeffrey, the transport ship Kingfisher docked at the dock was so conspicuous, and even more conspicuous was the St. George flag of the Royal Navy of the British Empire on it. Chapter 413 Strategic Adjustment. In addition to repairing supplies in the Bermuda Islands, the Spanish fleet also did one thing, which was to release more than 1,000 American sailors who had intercepted merchant ships. The crew members who were let go were quickly picked up by passing ships at the same time. This allowed the United States to know the exact news of the departure of the Spanish fleet, which also made the United States breathe a sigh of relief. Because the Spanish fleet did not show up, foreign trade along the east coast of the United States came to a standstill. Ships refused to sail to transport goods, and residents of port cities were afraid to return home. Within a few days of this Spanish fleet attack, the maritime trade network on the east coast was completely paralyzed. This loss was not small at all. In addition, as these detained people returned to the country, the missing ships also had their origins, which intensified the American people's concerns about the Spanish fleet. These pressures were passed down layer by layer, and finally fell on the head of Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt. Former Secretary of the Navy John Long passed away a week ago, in the face of this heavy pressure. Secretary Roosevelt also needed to gather everyone to study countermeasures in the conference hall of the battleship Indiana. The US Navy held its first emergency meeting since the outbreak of the Spanish-American War. They will need to adapt their strategies to deal with possible reoccurrence of attacks. Gentlemen, the Navy of the United States of America has suffered the heaviest losses in history. I think everyone knows the details. So who can tell me now, what should we do next? We cannot let the Spaniards continue to be so rampant. We must win the war, Roosevelt said angrily. Now, we must first determine the location of the Spanish fleet. We must prevent it from going north again. I suggest sending a reconnaissance ship to the Bermuda Islands to observe here at any time. Commodore Dewey, who had previously served as the commander of the Asiatic fleet, but later had to rush back home with the fleet because Germany purchased the Philippines, was the first to give advice. This was a suggestion that any officer would make. Very good. This is a very good suggestion. Is there any other way? Roosevelt continued to ask other commanders present whether the Spaniards attacked ports or shipyards. They only had one purpose, which was to weaken our navy, defeat us in a decisive naval battle, and secure the West Indies. For the Spanish fleet far away from home, it will be a long time. There is no great military significance in cruising along the eastern coast. Sooner or later, they will come to Cuba and Santiago. Here we could set up a pocket and await the arrival of the Spanish fleet. Of course, we need to concentrate our fleet as much as possible and send more notification ships. Because we need to grasp the movements of the Spanish fleet as much as possible, because its fleet speed is higher than ours. Major General Samplin revealed his plan. Oh, what do you mean? Seeing that the minister was very interested, Major General Samplin then continued. In my opinion, our country and Spain are actually very close in terms of naval strength. It can even be said that there is still a slight gap between our country and Spain in terms of main battleships. First, the 3 slowest battleships in the Spanish fleet could all reach a maximum speed of 18 knots. Moreover, the 3 Turin-class battleships built in Italy are all perfect masterpieces in terms of fire protection and speed. Their performance is indeed much higher than that of our country's Indiana class, and they are worthy of being the most enterprising naval battleships in Europe. Yes, in Rear Admiral Samplin's view, the neglect of speed in the construction of Indiana-class battleships has resulted in such a passive situation today. At a speed of 15 knots, the 3 Indiana-class battleships had no effect at all. This but appeal was so evident in the war that now the US Navy needed to taste it. The most important thing for us now is that we need the support of intelligence. We must get the exact information about the Spanish fleet, otherwise we will be in this slow situation again. Obviously, this is Rear Admiral Samplin blaming the blame, but the slow speed of the battleship does limit the performance of the US Navy. Facing Major General Samplin's words, Roosevelt nodded and replied, "Intelligence is indeed a problem. If we don't get accurate information about the Spanish fleet, it will be a huge test. I have discussed this with the president. Individuals who provide effective intelligence about the Spanish fleet will be, or the organization will give a reward of $10,000 to $50,000. If this information is critical and helps a navy defeat its opponents, then the bonus will be increased to $200,000. Yes, when there is no other way, a brave man can always be found with huge sums of money and big prizes. But then, the fleet needs to stay here a little longer to calm the frightened people." At this time, Roosevelt made a request. This request can be regarded as a compromise between the president and the people, mainly the capitalists. Actually, we have another way to force the Spanish fleet to actively seek war. At this time, a voice suddenly came out. Everyone looked and saw that this was Colonel Simpson, commander of the cruise formation of the North Atlantic Fleet. This man is known for his boldness in the military, so what suggestions can he make this time? When he saw that someone was still making suggestions, Roosevelt asked with interest, "Tell me, what's the best way? Send troops to land in Cuba at this time. Not only do we need to send troops, but we also need to send troops to land in Cuba with great fanfare. What kind of method is this? Isn't it crazy to send troops to land and fight without seizing control of the sea?" However, the other officers present brightened up after hearing Colonel Simpson's suggestion. This was indeed a good idea. Can you tell me more specifically, Secretary? Roosevelt wanted to hear the complete plan. "Okay, Mr. Minister." Colonel Simpson began to talk about his plan. "My plan is that we need to loudly publicize the news of our preparations to land in Cuba. At the same time, we request the army to send 10,000 to 20,000 people to prepare for the landing operation by boat. And we, the Navy, need to be on standby and wait for the arrival of the Spanish fleet. What if the enemy fleet appears? Then I will actually land, arrange for the army to land in Cuba and completely occupy Cuba. What if the enemy attacks the East Coast again? I will continue to increase the number of troops in Cuba. At the same time, I will leave torpedo boats and other small ships for defense in major port cities. If no matter how other officers asked questions, Colonel Simpson always had only one response, and that was to land additional troops in Cuba. And Colonel Simpson's single-minded approach immediately opened up the minds of other officers. I worry about this, but there is that. Why not let the Spaniards worry about their own Cuba point? Although the East Coast is very important to the United States, Cuba's importance to Spain at this time is far beyond its ability to bear. As long as the military really wants to take over Cuba, I don't believe the Spaniards would dare to let it go. Point, isn't this just a comparison of endurance? Who is afraid of whom? At that time, they defeated the British, who were in full swing, and achieved independent status. Colonel Simpson, I'm very happy to hear your wonderful suggestions. How about having lunch together? After listening to Colonel Simpson's advice, Secretary Roosevelt kindly invited him to dinner, and it was self-evident that he valued him. Very willing, Your Excellency Minister. Chapter 414. Dark clouds are gathering. After the US Navy renegotiated its countermeasures, more ships were wandering around in the Caribbean and the Atlantic. These ships appear all over the sea, especially in the Bermuda Islands, and there are several ships wandering around every day. These ships wandering around were like a tight net, trying to net the Spanish fleet out. Not to mention, the big net spun by the US Navy this time was really effective. Within 3 days, news about the Spanish fleet's appearance in Puerto Rico immediately reached the ears of the US Navy. After receiving the news that the Spanish fleet had appeared in Puerto Rico, the US Navy immediately dispatched additional patrol ships to grasp the traces of the Spanish fleet. Sometimes the magic of money is so great. After the United States increased its efforts to spread money, the Caribbean Sea was filled with various ships, leaving the Spanish fleet with nowhere to hide. Lieutenant General, it seems that it is impossible to sneak into the port of Santiago. I suggest you just go there openly. On the flagship Queen Sable, Colonel Leifer looked at the various ships escaping in the distance and said helplessly to Lieutenant General Cedra, "This will also speed up the installation of the boiler for the Christine Princess as quickly as possible." Well, there were too many benefits from concealing their whereabouts before, so this time the Spanish fleet hopes to rush to Cuba in a concealed manner. On the one hand, although 2 N3 heavy-duty boilers were obtained, the 3 days in Bermuda were not enough to install these 2 boilers into the Princess Christine. Therefore, after leaving Bermuda, the only way to recover was to go to Spain's own shipyard. Currently, the only shipyards capable of repairing the Princess Cristina are Havana and Santiago on the island of Cuba. On the other hand, it has been almost 2 months since the fleet came out and has traveled nearly 10,000 kilometers. The officers and soldiers are very tired from the high-intensity work. In order to allow the fleet officers and soldiers to rest and maintain the ships. They must also be repaired in the port points. Due to these various reasons, the Spanish fleet could only dock in Cuba. Although they also knew that this would cause a lot of dangers, there was nothing they could do about it. It is precisely because of this that Lieutenant General Cedula hopes to rush to the port of Santiago quietly. After all, the port of Havana is too close to the United States and is too unsafe point. But since Colonel Leifer said so, after some consideration, Lieutenant General Cedra spoke. In this case, we will no longer hide it and rush to Santiago at full speed. Following Lieutenant General Cedula's order, the Spanish fleet, which no longer concealed its whereabouts, rushed all the way to Cuba in full view of the public. The news that the Spanish fleet was heading for Cuba fell into the hands of the US Navy within 2 days. After receiving the news that the Spanish fleet was heading to Cuba, the US Navy also did not dare to neglect and immediately held a meeting to discuss the matter. Everyone, our efforts have finally paid off. The Spanish fleet is currently speeding all the way to Cuba. We have reason to believe that this time we have caught the tail of the cunning Spanish fleet. For this reason, how should we encircle and suppress this fleet next? The fleet that is causing trouble on the east coast and taking Cuba away from Spain will be the next task of our navy. Everyone, I think the Spanish fleet is now heading towards Cuba. This is a good opportunity. We should immediately send the fleet back to the Jacksonville Naval Port. After the enemy's foothold is found, we can surround or eliminate it. Brigadier General Dewey put forward his own opinions and suggestions from the beginning. Isn't this too hasty? Although they knew about Dewey's relationship with Secretary Roosevelt, some people still oppose this direct all or nothing approach. Major General Samplin continued. Now that we know that the Spanish fleet is rushing to Cuba, we can of course return to the Jacksonville military port, but I suggest that before returning, collect all the unused mines in each port. We do not need to forcefully break into the enemy's port. We only need to know that the enemy is there. Which port was carried out. It was obvious that, although Major General Samplin had not yet said a specific method, there were all experienced senior officers present, so they would naturally think of a method from the items he mentioned. Yes, mines are a good thing. They have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and are very suitable for the current situation of the US Navy. That's right. Rather than aggressively attacking, wouldn't it be better to use something as good as a mine to block the enemy somewhere? You must know that the warships currently in the hands of the US Navy cannot be said to be able to completely defeat their opponents. A score of 30 to 70 is a private estimate of the US Navy. It can be seen from here how insufficient the confidence of the US Navy is. Lock the enemy in the port and coordinate with the Army for landing operations. In addition, I hope that in addition to bringing mines, torpedo boats and shallow water heavy gunships will also be brought this time. Rear Admiral Samplin's words made the other generals look stunned, and also made Secretary Roosevelt's face change slightly. If you want to pull most of the naval warships over, this can easily lead to topics. To this end, Roosevelt, as Secretary of the Navy, asked, "Do I have to bring it with me?" "Yes, Your Excellency Minister. I cannot guarantee that we can win in the battle with the Spanish fleet, so I need every warship to play its due role, which will increase our chances of winning." "That's right." For Rear Admiral Samplin, after the unexpected loss of the support fleet headed by the Iowa, the US Navy currently does not have an advantage. Damn the Italians. Why are they selling so many battleships? Every battleship in hand now is valuable, let alone a shallow water heavy gunship. The US Navy has 3 4,000-ton shallow water heavy gunships. These 3 shallow water heavy artillery ships, numbered BM2, BM3, and BM5, are equipped with 4 254 mm 30 caliber main guns. The main armor belt is 224 mm thick, the gun mount armor is 260 mm, and the turret armor is 180 mm. This data looks good, but because it is very early, these armors are all steel-faced iron armor, and their protection level is still far from enough. As for the speed, it could reach 12 knots when it first entered service, but now it can reach 10 knots, which is pretty good. But anyway, there are still 12 10-inch guns on these 3 battleships, right? At this juncture of preparing for a decisive battle, these 3 shallow water heavy gunships were brought onto the battlefield, used to attack the forts and consume the opponent's fleet. We have to bring 3 ships. Having them increases the fleet's chances of victory. Then take it with you. After the US Navy made up its mind, it began to take action. Warships distributed in various ports in the Northeast began to move to Jacksonville Naval Port. In addition, ammunition supplies and other materials are also being transported to the Jacksonville military port. Point of course, the most important thing is to detect the location of the Spanish fleet, how long it can stay there, and what the reason for staying there is. Chapter 415 Naval Battle of San Diego, Part 1. Fortunately, the United States had the help of Cuban rebels and quickly grasped the movements of the Spanish fleet. You don't know what to do. Once you understood the situation, everyone in the US Navy was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the Spanish battleship Princess Cristina was damaged and is being repaired at the San Diego shipyard. This information left Rear Admiral Samplin at a loss for words. This situation was simply too good for the US Navy, and the news couldn't be better, and the information obtained by those Cubans was very good. They even had time to repair the battleship Princess Cristina. It would take 15 days to repair it, Colonel Simpson exclaimed. This is normal. In order to avoid Spanish slavery and to make their country independent, these Cubans should also work hard. Brigadier General Dewey expressed his opinion. Then we set off in 7 days, just in time to see if the Spaniards will be shocked when they suddenly see us coming. Major General Samplin decided to set off in a week to block the gate in San Diego. Good idea. This can block the Spaniards in Santiago. But then we can use the army to land on both sides and then rely on the army to take down the forts around Santiago and force them to go to sea to die. What about this plan? Well, this Commodore Dewey is even more ruthless and directly wants to force the Spanish fleet to death in the port of Santiago. Of course, no matter what they think, they need to make a plan first. Of course, during this period, they need to make modifications and limitations based on the actual situation point. While the US Navy is eyeing the Spanish fleet in San Diego Harbor, the Spanish fleet in San Diego Harbor is also making protective arrangements standing on the high ground on the side of the port. Lieutenant General Cedra looked at the warships in the port and the defensive measures deployed. First of all, we need to deploy more notification ships and set up observation posts on the shore so that we can give early warning. Secondly, we need to set up minefields to ensure the safety of the port of San Diego. I have a hunch that the US fleet will come to our door soon. In fact, there is no need for premonition. Just when they arrived at the port of Santiago, 5 or 6 ships from outside followed them, and they knew that the American fleet would definitely get the news, of course, since he dares to come to the port of San Diego. This means that Vice Admiral Sedella is not afraid of the visit of the US fleet. In terms of battleship performance and scale, the Spanish fleet is no worse than it. Although he is unwilling to fight the United States in a decisive battle, if this day comes, he will have nothing to fear. Colonel Leifer knew something about Lieutenant General Cedra's mentality, but now was not the time to talk about it. I saw him taking over the Lieutenant General's words and continuing. The minefield must be set up. I think it should not be too far outside. We can arrange the minefield further inward. It is best to allow the US fleet to reach the fort in San Diego. Otherwise, if the US fleet gives up a strong attack and instead implements an offensive, if mines are laid, the situation will be more difficult and the forts can consume the US Navy to some extent. Leifer's meaning is clear. Use all available power to attack the opponent. If you win, the losses caused by the destruction of the fort will be insignificant. If you lose, even if the fort remains, it will be of no use. Just do as you say. So the Spanish fleet, which was repairing in Santiago, began to prepare defensive measures a week later. The fully equipped US fleet sailed out of the military port. This time, they were determined to burn the boat. They put the US Navy's wealth on the line, and they are betting on the glory of the US Navy for decades. It's time to end all this. The fleet of the United States of America will finally sail freely in the Caribbean. Rear Admiral Samplin confidently said to all naval officers and soldiers before setting off. 3 days later, the US fleet finally arrived outside the port of San Diego, led by 4 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships. 3 Indiana-class battleships lined up in a column and slowly appeared in the sight of the San Diego fort. Behind it are as many as 7 cruisers of various types. Behind them are 3 shallow water heavy gunships. These products with excellent data, but poor actual performance, were also placed on the altar of war. They will serve as a supplement to the main fleet, and also as the main force for attacking forts and port facilities. After all, there are too few main gun turrets on battleships, and the US Navy needs to use these shells where they can best play their role. However, the US Navy's hopes of blocking the Spanish fleet in Santiago were dashed. Because of the notification ship, the Spanish fleet had left 3 hours ago. Except for the battleship Princess Cristina, it seems that the main force of the Spanish fleet is not in the port. Rear Admiral Samplin said as he picked up his telescope and looked at the rising smoke column near the Spanish fort in the distance. Just in front of him, 3 shallow water heavy gunboats and 3 cruisers were pouring firepower on the fort outside Santiago harbor. The long barrel continued to spit out flames, and huge fireballs shot out from the barrel. Then, accompanied by the sound of artillery shells streaking through the air at high speed, 10-inch and 8-inch artillery shells hit the fort in Santiago port heavily. Although the Spanish tried to fight back under such fierce firepower, the forts armed with old artillery were of little use. If it weren't for the fear of mines, the American fleet might have approached and fired, completely sweeping away the entire fort. Major General Samplin said with a worried look. If the Spanish fleet is not here, our plan will fail. Dewey shook his head and said, no, Spain should have reached the end of its war effort. Although their fleet is still strong, their national foundation may no longer be able to support this war for a long time. They also need a chance to end this war. Victory or failure. Then what should we do now? Keep fighting? Although the 8-inch cannon and 10-inch cannon have relatively ample ammunition, we can't just waste the precious shells here. Samplin said with some reluctance. The shallow water heavy gunship formation broke away from the battle group and approached to attack. We need to let the Spaniards come out. After thinking for a moment, Dewey gritted his teeth and said, the Spaniards have plenty of time. If they are allowed to delay, the entire fleet must leave the battle position before dark. After all, they still take the factor of lightning strikes into consideration. In this case, it is better to give the Spanish fleet a chance to attract them out. At the same time, the 3 ships behind are really not suitable for high-speed maneuvers, so it is better to abandon them temporarily. Chapter 416 Naval Battle of San Diego, Part 2. Every move of the US Navy was under Spanish surveillance, and the battleship Princess Cristina in the harbor used naval guns to help defend the fort. Its 14-inch main gun shells frightened the 3 attacking shallow water heavy gunships. Of course, through the Princess Cristina's radio, the Spanish fleet located 30 kilometers away also grasps the dynamics of the American fleet. Get ready to attack. The US fleet has separated, and part of the ammunition has been consumed. This situation is basically perfect. After thinking for a moment, Lieutenant General Cedra gave the order. After a few minutes, the entire fleet began to accelerate, and the Spanish formed a row of columns and rushed towards the American fleet in the distance at the highest speed possible. The towering flying sheer bow of the flagship Queen Isabel, which is at the head of the fleet, splits layers of waves under the sunlight. The splashing water reflects the brilliance of 7 colors. The 2 twin turrets rotated slowly, and 4 powerful 356 mm 35L main guns pointed to the port side. The smoke from the chimney rose into the air, blown by the sea breeze, and all this undoubtedly fell into the eyes of the US Navy. Look out. The fleet turns. Prepare to fight. The fleet maintains a speed of 12 knots and waits for the attack formation from the opposite shore to join. Rear Admiral Samplin took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and ordered at 1:40 p.m. on October 2, 1898, the Battle of Santiago, which determined the ownership of the Caribbean, finally began. We must speed up and grab the tea, Dewey said, looking at the Spanish fleet approaching from the northwest at a high speed of 17 knots in the distance. Let the second formation grab the tea, Major. General Samplin gave the order before the fleet set off. Rear Admiral Samplin organized the battleships. The 3 slowest Indiana-class battleships were in the first formation, while the 4 Pennsylvania-class battleships and the US Brooklyn were in the second formation. Several protected cruisers form the third formation, and 3 shallow water heavy gunships form the fourth formation point. Following Major General Samplin's order, the 5 only US patrol ships immediately speeded up, preparing to grab the T first point. Seeing the US fleet detached 5 ships to patrol and prepare to grab the T, Lieutenant General Cedra certainly would not let them get their wish. There is no need to elaborate too much on the importance of grabbing T in naval battles. He will naturally not give the opponent a chance. Order Columbus and Francisco to move forward with 3 Maria Theresa class ships. We must not let the other side seize the T position. Following Lieutenant General Cedra's order, the 2 Garibaldi class ships and the 3 Maria Theresa class ships immediately increased their speed, hoping to use their speed to grab the T. The 10 patrol ships on both sides also increased their speed to the formation's maximum speed of 20 knots. Everyone knows that, when both sides have the same speed, it is impossible to grab the T position, as long as the other side does not make a big mistake. The commanders of the patrol formations on both sides were more cautious in the decisive battle, and could not make such a mistake. Therefore, they gave up the plan to grab the T when they saw that nothing could be done. Although the cruise ship did not succeed in grabbing the T, Major General Samplin was also very satisfied when he saw that the 5 fastest cruise ships of the Spanish fleet were lured away. Then, let's do this. Increase the speed to 15 knots and prepare for battle. A few minutes later, the 3 Indiana-class ships in the first formation of the US fleet also began to accelerate. At the same time, many protective cruisers in the third formation are also speeding up. After the US fleet decided on its tactics, the Spanish fleet also made its final tactical adjustment to the entire battle situation. We must split up the US fleet as much as possible, otherwise, we will be under too much pressure. Looking at the US fleet in the distance, Colonel Leifer said, actually, we can consider attacking the 3 shallow water heavy artillery ships staying behind. Vice Admiral Cedra looked at the 3 slow shallow water heavy artillery ships behind him with a telescope and said, the gain is not worth the loss. If the opponent loses 3 coastal defense ships, at worst it will be enough to retreat. We only achieved a tactical victory. What we will lose will be an opportunity to break the backbone of the US Navy in a short period of time. We need a decisive decision victory. Colonel Leifer objected. Well, what should we do now? If we wait until the opponent's fleet converges, we will be at a disadvantage. Lieutenant General Cedra asked. After experiencing too many battles, Cedra showed great trust in the Italian Colonel Leifer. Although when he is not fighting, he may be a little dissatisfied with Colonel Leifer's overstepping behavior, but once the war officially starts, he will still choose to listen to Colonel Leifer. After all, the strong one has the final say in war. Let the Duke of Alloa, Venice, and the Marquis of Benedetto, Brescia, behind them block the opponent's cruiser formation. We need to create opportunities. After taking a look at the 2 Tunisia-class battleships behind, it took a lot of determination to reveal this plan. This is a very difficult moment to make a decision. We may lose 1 or 2 precious warships, Vice Admiral Cedra said with a somewhat melancholy expression, but we can win the war. Just knowing this is enough. Colonel Leifer said without mercy. Vice Admiral Cedra cherishes every battleship in the fleet, but Colonel Leifer is more concerned about the outcome of the war. As for how much of the Spanish fleet will be left after this war is over, and whether it exists in name only, it has nothing to do with him. After all, he was an officer in the Kingdom of Italy, not Spain. Well, in that case, this is all we can do. Looking back at the 2 Venice-class armored cruisers in the back, Lieutenant General Cedra said with some heartache. With both sides facing each other, the relative speed of the 2 fleets was as high as 30 knots, and the distance of more than 30 kilometers took less than half an hour. The 2 sides quickly made the final adjustments, and the moment of collision it must be earth-shattering. However, before the 2 main warships collided, the patrol formations of the 2 sides exchanged fire. Following the gunners' firing order, the 254 mm 40L main guns of the 2 Garibaldi-class ships took the lead in roaring. the entire sea was suddenly filled with fiery snakes. Hundreds of kilograms of artillery shells flew out of the gun barrel at a speed of more than 700 meters per second and flew towards the fleet in the distance. A few seconds later, the American patrol fleet 6,000 meters away was surrounded by thick water columns. A dull explosion suddenly came from the distance, and a shell accurately hit the middle of the hull of the Pennsylvania. The heavy shells directly tore through the upper armor belt of only 4 inches and rushed into the internal cabin, accompanied by explosions. A stream of black smoke mixed with debris and flames erupted from the breach. Fire. Originally, the American patrol formation planned to open fire after getting closer. After all, the Pennsylvania class has only been in service for a short time, and the training level is not enough. However, the opponent's preemptive attack forced the formation commander Colonel Simpson to consider the issue of morale. Sometimes, firing itself is a way to overcome fear. When seeing rounds of shells being fired from the muzzle, people will devote all their energy to the battle, and only in this way will they release the fear in their hearts. Fear after a brief silence. All the 305mm main guns and 203mm secondary guns of the American patrol formation also spewed deadly rain of bullets at the Spanish fleet opposite point. For a time, the sea between the two sides was completely covered in smoke and fire, along with waves of vibrations. The roar of dozens of artillery pieces resounded throughout the battlefield. From time to time, battleships were hit, and huge balls of flame spurted out from the sides of the ships. Debris and blood spread around with a huge explosion point under the command of the officer. The sailors struggled to extinguish the flames where the bullet was fired, repair the damaged hull and rescue wounded comrades. But as the distance between the two sides got closer, more and more hits made it all in vain. All areas exposed on the surface of the ship without armor protection are the restricted area of the death god. Even if it is left outside for a few seconds, it may be swept into a bloody goodbye shrapnel flying from nowhere point. While the patrol formation was fighting fiercely, the battleship also took fire point according to the prearranged tactics. 2 Venice-class patrol ships faced the opponent's protective cruiser. At the beginning of the war, the 2 Venetian-class cruise ships faced great pressure. On average, each cruise ship could only use 4 10-inch main guns and 8 6-inch guns to fight against the opponent's force, which was more than twice its own. The firepower, whether it is a Duke of Alloa or the Marquis of Benedetto, is facing great pressure, and our firepower is at a disadvantage. Excerpted from Lieutenant General Sadella's autobiography The Decisive Battle in the Caribbean. After the 2 Venice-class ships took away one of the opponent's protected cruisers, the 2 Turin-class ships faced off against the opponent's 3 Indiana-class ships. In terms of firepower, protection, and speed, the Indiana-class is far from comparable to the Turin-class. Especially with a displacement of 10,000 tons, the Indiana-class is equipped with 4 double-mounted 330mm main guns, 8 twin-mounted 203mm secondary guns, and 4 152mm guns. Such a accumulation of firepower. This approach makes the Indiana-class reserve very little buoyant, and the installed side armor easily sinks below the waterline due to freeboard issues, making it unable to provide effective defense, and the hull cannot balance the weight of the 13-inch gun, making it impossible for the gun to operate at its highest level. Fired at a shooting angle, range is compromised point. Therefore, during the exchange of fire, Colonel Leifer felt that the other 3 battleships failed to create pressure on him. But since the Indiana-class didn't put pressure on him, the pressure turned to the opponent point in less than 3 minutes. The 356mm 35L main guns of the 2 Turin-class battleships scored hits. An armor-piercing round passed diagonally through the Oregon's bow. After penetrating the hull plating, it exploded in the anchor room, blowing off half of the bow point. The officers and soldiers on the 2 Turin-class battleships who saw the results achieved continued their efforts, and continued to achieve good results with 2 hits in the next 3 minutes. These 2 armor-piercing shells hit the middle of the hull of the Oregon, blowing a twin 203 gun and a 152mm gun into pieces. Lady Luck did not keep the Americans waiting too long. In less than 10 minutes, the Americans' main gun finally scored its first hit. Or 330mm main gun shell weighing 412.6 kg hit the twin 152mm secondary guns in the middle of the Isabel II at a speed of more than 500 meters per second. The entire secondary battery was torn into pieces. At the same time, the flue in the middle of the battleship was ruptured due to this explosion, allowing thick smoke to billow out from the rupture, blocking the sight of two nearby 152mm secondary guns at this time. The battlefield was divided into three parts. At the southern end, 2 Garibaldi-class patrols and 3 Maria Theresa-class patrols fought against 4 Pennsylvania-class patrols and a New York-class number to the US Brooklyn. In the middle section, 2 Torino-class ships confront 3 Indiana-class ships. In the northern section, 2 Venice-class armored cruisers withstood the pressure of a group of protective cruisers at this time. What is most likely to affect the situation of the battle is a patrol battle between the two parties at the south end point here. The 2 Garibaldi-class US Columbus and US Francesco fought more and more smoothly, hitting their opponents US Pennsylvania and US California every time. This not only made the gunners more and more proficient, but also unified the firing command. He also takes great credit point at this time. Huge changes occurred on the battlefield. A 254mm shell fired from the Columbus flew over the long sea area and smashed open the armor under the rear main turret of the California point. Then there was a violent explosion. At this time, the conveyor belt happened to be transporting shells and propellant, so tragedy occurred. Point boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, dozens of packs of propellants and shells were detonated. The explosion of thousands of kilograms of explosives and propellants was truly astonishing. A huge fireball suddenly erupted from the center of the entire battleship, and pieces of the upper deck were torn apart. Countless fragments were rushed into the air by the shock wave generated by the explosion, and then fell on the sea surface hundreds of meters in radius, and some fell on the deck, and there was a shrapnel rain. The ferocious explosion broke the California's keel, and the ship sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of the more than 500 officers and soldiers on board, only one survived. The sudden ammunition explosion of the US California changed the situation on the battlefield. The US Armored Patrol Formation, which originally had a slight advantage, was now at a disadvantage. More importantly, the explosion of the US California also affected the morale of the American officers and soldiers participating in the war. Come closer, let's get closer. After seeing his home patrol being sunk, Colonel Simpson, who was leading the team, became furious. He felt that the accuracy of the opponent's artillery was much higher than that of his side. In such a mid to long distance firefight, his side would suffer a big loss, and needed to get closer. Following his order, the 4 American patrol ships immediately speeded up, trying to close the distance between the two parties. Faced with the actions of the American patrol formation, the Spanish patrol formation was naturally clear about it. If it is a separate battle, then the best way at this time is to continue moving and not let the American formation get closer. But this is not a separate battle, so the approach is different. Concentrate your firepower and attack the Brooklyn at the rear. As the Spanish commander Colonel Ramos led the formation, he ordered the formation to take advantage of this opportunity to prioritize the opponent's weakest Brooklyn point. The muzzles of dozens of naval guns were aimed at the first American cruiser. The Brooklyn was called an armored cruiser, but it was a bit undeserved, because its armor was only 3 inches thick, and it was low waterline armor, which did not cover the entire length. As a device, it is not actually a qualified product. At this time, the Brooklyn, which was not worthy of its name, became the next target. Boom. Boom boom. Dozens of naval guns suddenly opened fire on it, making the Brooklyn like a sampan struggling in a firestorm. It was covered with wounds from a hail of bullets, and the boiler room in the middle of its hull was shot from above. The incoming 254mm armor-piercing projectile hit. A mere 4 inches of sloping armor could not stop an attack from an armor-piercing projectile weighing 287 kilograms. The projectile cut the armor plate in front of it into pieces like butter, and then flew directly into the boiler idiot, accompanied by the crashing sound of shells and boilers. A loud bang echoed throughout the battlefield. After the boiler exploded, the high temperature and high pressure steam lost its restraint and instantly spurted out from the breach, tearing apart the hull that had already become fragile in the long battle. The white steam and yellow-green delay symbolized destruction, and the entire battleship quickly slowed down. The propeller turned unwillingly. However, it lost power and was forced to slowly stop rotating, drifting in the sea currents like a dead fish, and the hull was seriously damaged in the big explosion. The numerous breaches caused the battleship to tilt rapidly, and the Brooklyn, which had lost power, was unable to discharge water. It was only a matter of time before it sank. Seeing that he was losing another battleship made Colonel Simpson's eyes turn red. At this time, the distance between the two parties has reached 3,000 meters. Fire and send them all to hell. Along with Colonel Simpson's roar, the 3 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships also opened fire, and the fierce artillery fire tended to the Spanish patrol formation point facing the artillery fire from the 3 Pennsylvania-class ships. The first one to be baptized was the Maria the Sa. It was hit by 2 305mm shells, one of which exploded on the bridge and lit a fire behind the chimney. Another shot hit the stern waterline, piercing the 4-inch tail armor and opening a hole of about 1 meter. The influx of turbulent water caused the warship to slow down by about 1 knot. Seeing that the speed of the Maria Theresa was slowed down, why are you waiting for him to kill him while he is sick? Maria the Sa continued to suffer more violent attacks. The Maria the Sa struggled to turn its body in the hail of bullets, trying to avoid some of the gunfire. But how is this possible? Under the fire of artillery of various calibers, the Maria the Sa was reduced to a burning torch within a few dozen minutes. The waterline of the ship's sides on both sides was covered with wounds from various shrapnel and shells, large and small. Various small irregular wounds. The more fatal blow came from the US Colorado, the third ship of the Pennsylvania class. Or 305mm shell from its front main gun hit the waterline of the Maria the Sa. The violent explosion instantly tore open a 3-meter long ship, a hole 1 meter wide, and the influx of a large amount of seawater put the battleship on the verge of death. I'm so confused when I write it. Let's just post it like this. Chapter 417 Naval Battle of Santiago, Part 2. The encounter of the Maria Theresa angered other warships in the Spanish armored patrol formation, and a more violent counterattack followed. The bombardment of dozens of naval guns put the 3 Pennsylvania-class ships into a difficult situation. At a distance of 3,000 meters, especially the 254 mm-40L main guns fired uniformly on the 2 Garibaldi-class cruisers. The hit rate is astonishingly high. According to subsequent statistics, in the close two-hand combat with the Pennsylvania-class 3,000-meter gun, the hit rate of the 254mm main gun was as high as 26%. Of the 268 shells fired, 70 hit the target. The hit rate of the 3 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships was much worse, with the hit rate of the 3 battleships being only 13.4%. Among them, the most threatening 305mm main gun fired a total of 42 rounds and hit 6, and the 152mm secondary gun fired 284 rounds and hit 38. In terms of firepower, projection and hit volume, the 3 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships are far from comparable to the 2 Garibaldi-class ships. This also caused it to gradually fall into a disadvantage after sinking the Maria the Sa. But sometimes, just looking at the hit rate is not enough. Luck also plays a very important factor. For example, now, or 305mm armor-piercing projectile fired from the US New Jersey directly hit the gallery of a 140mm gun on the US Vizcaya with a harsh sound that cut through the air. The shell penetrated the steel plate outside the gun gallery without any hindrance, and the flying fragments instantly killed everyone in the gun gallery. Afterwards, the shell continued to move forward, and after successfully penetrating the cabin wall, it finally exploded at the bow flue. The huge explosive force directly destroyed the entire flue. The yellow smoke produced by the explosive and the black smoke pouring out of the flue instantly it filled the entire ship amidships, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Because the flue was destroyed, nearly half of the Biscay's boilers were forced to stop operating due to smoke exhaust problems, and the speed of the entire battleship was gradually reduced to about 13 knots. Let the Biscay evacuate immediately. After seeing the speed of the Vizcaya slowing down, Colonel Ramos, who was leading the team, was shocked. He was afraid that this precious cruise ship would suffer the same fate as the Maria the Sa. But it's not easy to leave. How could Colonel Simpson allow his prey to slip away like this? Concentrate your firepower and prioritize the opponent's Biscay. Following his order, the guns of the 3 Pennsylvania-class cruisers were aimed at the Biscay. The shells fired by dozens of various artillery pieces directly covered the Biscay, and the water column of near-missed shells and the smoke from the explosion of the shells covered it like a curtain. As a cruise ship with a displacement of only 7,000 tons, it was completely unexpected to be targeted in this way. Several rounds of 305mm armor-piercing bullets easily shredded the Biscay's armor, and the flying armor fragments directly cut off several steam pipes. What's even more terrible is that one of the shells exploded outside the boiler room. The huge explosion force directly shut down 3 boilers. This directly caused the Biscay's speed to immediately drop to 6 knots, and the ship's end had arrived. While 3 Pennsylvania-class patrol ships were attacking the Biscay, the Spanish patrol formation's counterattack also continued. Hit the fire and kill the opponent's Colorado. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Colonel Ramos decided to prioritize the fire on an enemy cruiser. What he chose was the Colorado, which had fought against the Franciscus. This battleship had suffered considerable damage in the previous duel, so it was suitable for focusing fire. In the concentrated fire of 3 Spanish patrol ships, the 305mm twin-mounted cannon on the bow of the US Colorado was hit twice in 3 minutes, and was immediately declared scrapped. More shells still landed on the sides of both sides. After the Colorado's forward main gun was destroyed, 3 more armor-piercing shells chipped into its sides, one of which opened a large hole in the bow. Another round hit the main armor belt of the hull. Although it could not penetrate, it still caused the armor to crack, and created a gap of several square meters. Another shell directly penetrated the upper armor belt of the Colorado. After splitting 6 inches of the upper armor, the huge shell exploded near the hoist of a twin-mounted 152mm secondary gun, followed by raging flames and shrapnel. Together they destroyed the fragile protection near the projectile channel. A fire dragon rolled in the passage. Although the ammunition depot had a fire door, the fire dragon still ignited the picric acid high explosive shells accumulated inside the passage and on the gun emplacement. Then I saw a large piece of the Colorado's sideline suddenly torn off by a huge explosion. Steel, flames, gunpowder smoke and minced meat spurted out in an instant. The entire battleship was shaken, like chaff by such a powerful explosion. The large influx of seawater has caused the hull to tilt about 5 degrees. Several steam pipes were also ruptured by various shells. Colorado's speed dropped drastically, and its maximum speed could only be maintained at about 11 knots. This is really a turn of events, and now it's Spain's turn to beat the loser. Kill the Colorado. Following the order of Colonel Ramos, the 3-ship patrol became more powerful. Among them, a 254mm shell from Columbus officially pronounced the fate of the Colorado. This shell passed through the 6-inch armored belt at the stern, and blew up the Colorado's wheelhouse to pieces. At this point, the Colorado, which had lost 2/3 of its firepower on the engagement side, was completely out of control. It was like a dead fish, struggling with its own power and ocean currents. Under the influence, it slowly floated on the sea. He couldn't go back, and even if he let it go, it would be sent to the depths of the ocean by the destroyer. At this time, of the 10 ships patrolling on both sides, only 5 were left. This was a bloody battle. Of course, the bloody battles in the armored patrol formation were brutal, and the battleship side was not bad either compared with the direct movement dogfighting tactics of mounted patrols. Battleship battles are much more rigid. Of course, the Turin class also has some advantages due to its speed advantage. The 330mm heavy artillery and 203mm heavy artillery of the American battle fleet, and the 356mm heavy artillery and 152mm artillery of the Spanish battle fleet were spitting deadly flames at each other all the time. Both sides are trying their best to attack, and attack first is the only option for both sides. With veterans who had been with the battleships for 10 years, the Spanish fleet scored more effective hits. The Massachusetts was bombarded by the battleship Quirinal in just 20 minutes. He was hit by the 356mm heavy artillery at least 5 times. One of the rounds directly turned a twin-mounted 203mm turret into a burning torch, while the other round of a 356mm heavy gun blew the barrel of a 330mm gun into 2 pieces, and the rest was mostly hit on the top deck location. Beat the 3 4-inch cannons and numerous 6-pounder cannons on the sideline into piles of scrap metal. The situation of the Indiana behind it is not very good, because the freeboard is low, and every shell hitting the side of the hull is very likely to cause water intrusion. As a low freeboard warship, the reserve buoyancy is small. It directly determined that it was very sensitive to water intrusion, and as more and more shells were fired, holes were opened one after another in the side string point. This America's first true battleship has tilted to the right, and its speed has gradually been reduced to about 13 knots. Fortunately, the firepower is pretty good, except that a twin 203mm turret was knocked off. At the same time, almost all 57mm guns were lost. Although the twin 330mm guns on the rear deck were not destroyed, they had to temporarily stop firing due to water intrusion. As for the 3rd Oregon, it is still enjoying a happy shooting practice without anyone taking care of it. On the Spanish side, the situation of the Queen Isabel and Isabel II is relatively good. In addition to the inevitable fire accident, the loss in armament is that the two 152mm twin turrets of the Queen Isabel were destroyed. A 152mm twin turret on the Isabel II was destroyed. In addition, the hits on the hull caused a certain degree of water intrusion. In particular, a 330mm shell hit the middle part of the hull, which cracked the joints of the entire armored belt. A crack with an area of about 2 square meters caused the hull to collapse. A large amount of water entered, and the damage to the ship's shape also increased the resistance of the battleship, and deceleration was necessary. The 2 Turin-class ships and the 3 Indiana-class ships still had an advantage. This was a result that no one expected. If I had known this was the case, I should have fought the US Navy directly. Lieutenant General Cedra looked at the situation in front of him with some regret. Not just him, no one thought that America's first battleship was so advanced that it could counterattack an a 2-on-3 battleship. Well, in fact, the main reason for this is not only the design performance of the battleship, but also the human factor. For example, in terms of battleship performance, if the Turin-class combat effectiveness is calculated based on 100 points, then the Indiana level only has 85 points. Of course, this is just a comparison of battleship performance. Everyone knows that warships require the cooperation of many personnel. Only the more skilled the personnel are, the better they can bring out the performance of the warship. In this regard, the US Navy officers and soldiers on the 3 Indiana-class ships have only served on the ship for 3 years at most. Moreover, in the past 3 years, they have not experienced any war training and can only use 80% of the warship's performance at most. As for the Turin class, the ship is full of elites who have been tempered by many wars and can exert 120% of the Turin class combat effectiveness based on this calculation of 1 + 1 subtraction. It is very reasonable for the 3 Indiana class ships to be at a disadvantage. Of course, according to common sense, although they are at a disadvantage, the losses of the 3 Indiana-class battleships are not significant, and they can continue to fight the Spanish formation for another 300 rounds. But at this time, an accident occurred on the battlefield. A 356mm artillery shell fired from the Queen Isabel hit the deck of the Massachusetts. With a sharp collision and the sound of steel plates twisting and tearing, the side of the Massachusetts, the twin 8-inch artillery mound, was torn open by a 356mm armor-piercing projectile. The hundreds of kilograms of artillery shells crashed directly into the shell hoisting channel under the 8-inch gun emplacement. The bomb hoist inside was blown into a pile of twisted metal, which was detonated together with the shells in propellant packs above. After the first explosion, there was a loud noise, and an orange fireball shot out from the center of the bullet. The huge energy tore the entire front of the gun mount into pieces, and the upper 8-inch turret was also shaken. Then thick smoke and flames spread across the front of the battleship, and flames more than 10 meters high rose into the sky. To make matters worse, the Americans did not follow the operational requirements. The high-intensity intense battle made the Americans nervous, and forgot to close the fire doors in the ammunition depot section during the transportation process. Then an even bigger fireball shot out, indicating that the ammunition depot had been detonated. A huge gap was opened directly amidships of the US Massachusetts, and turbulent water violently poured into the cabin. In just 10 minutes, the Massachusetts was filled with nearly 1,000 tons of seawater. At this time, the Massachusetts was in unusual danger. It had tilted 15 degrees to the right, and due to the intrusion of seawater, the speed of the Massachusetts dropped to 10 knots. Fortunately, the power cabin was not affected, otherwise the Massachusetts would be dead. Have the Massachusetts evacuate immediately. Order the Oregon to take its place. Seeing the desolate appearance of the Massachusetts, Rear Admiral Samplin was startled and quickly ordered the Massachusetts to evacuate point after severely damaging an opponent's battleship. The Spanish battleship formation's confidence increased greatly. I want to continue to pursue the victory and make persistent efforts. Target the enemy Indiana, and we'll sink them. Following Vice Admiral Cedras' order, the two Turin-class battleships aimed all their artillery at the leading us Indiana point. Everything was so skillful, ranging, then aiming the semi-volley, and after forming the full shot, switching from slow fire to fast fire. The roar of 8 14-inch naval guns resounded throughout the battlefield, making people feel heart-stopping like the clarion call of the Doomsday Battle. The leading Indiana was shrouded in an oval-shaped bomb drop zone. After the full shot, a near miss occurred soon after, and then a 14-inch shell hit the stern of the ship point. This is a high explosive round. Due to the angles of both sides, even if an armor-piercing round is used, it is difficult to penetrate the main armor belt at a large angle of incidence. This shell successfully tore open the unprotected area at the stern of the ship, opened a large hole of more than 10 square meters at the stern, and then penetrated into the interior of the hull point with the activation of the fuse. More than 20 kilograms of explosives detonated in the hull. Then a storm of fire swept across the entire stern of the ship. With the impact of the explosion, the cracked steel plates, support beams, etc. turned the entire stern into a purgatory. A bright yellow fire dragon went straight into the sky, and billowing smoke rose from the stern, obscuring the firing range of the tail gun point. Just when the Americans were still horrified by the blow just now, another 14-inch shell fell from the sky. Due to the angle of incidence, this shell still hit the stern of the ship. Standing from my position, I can see a fireball streaking across the stern sideline at high speed. The shell may not have hit the target directly, or it may have rubbed against the side of the ship. Then a huge fireball rose from the water on the starboard side of the hull. Unexpectedly, the damage caused by this shell to the hull was greater than that caused by the shell directly hitting the hull. The whole ship shook slightly, and then a large amount of water poured in along the whole opened hull. Afterwards, Leifer recorded the hit of the second shot in his report point. At this time, the Indiana was already facing an extremely dangerous situation. Two 14-inch shells hit the stern of the ship, causing its speed to be greatly reduced. Although it was not as tragic as the Massachusetts, it was definitely not much better in the battle between battleships and armored patrols. The Spanish side gained an advantage, so the two Venetian-class armored cruisers that made huge sacrifices were at a disadvantage. Although armored cruisers are better than protected cruisers in terms of firepower and armor, if they are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, then the party that will be beaten will definitely be the armored cruiser. The two Venice-class patrol ships are a good proof of this truth. Tigers are also afraid of wolves in a firefight with a group of protected cruisers. Two Venice-class cruisers suffered heavy losses in just over half an hour. The last two 254mm main guns of the Duke of Alloa, Venice, were destroyed, and four 152mm guns and several 57mm guns were also lost. In addition to the loss of artillery, the hull of the Duke of Alloa was also in a mess. Many of the armor plates on it had fallen off, and there were even some bullet holes left on it. Point as for the Marquis of Benedetto, Brescia, it was no better than the Duke of Alloa. In addition to the interruption of the barrel of a 254mm main gun, three 152mm guns and several 57mm guns were also lost. In addition, the number 2 chimney of the Marquis Benedetto was also broken, and the uncontrolled smoke seriously affected the firing of the rear main gun. As for the hull, like the Duke of Alloa, it was in a miserable state. Point of course, against this group of opponents, the two patrol ships are also fighting back vigorously. Among them, the Philadelphia and San Francisco were hit by 254mm main guns. After losing four 152mm guns, they did not dare to get too close. Point the next chapter must finish this naval battle and bring an end to the Spanish-American War. Chapter 418. The naval battle ends. The Battle off Santiago had reached a critical moment, at least for the Spanish fleet. The fight between the two Garibaldi-class cruisers and the two Pennsylvania-class cruisers continued, with both sides trying their best to throw cannonballs at each other accurately. Some people may want to ask, isn't there another Maria Theresa-class patrol vessel? Why didn't you see it? In fact, it is very simple. Since the Maria Theresa class did not perform well on the battlefield, it was directly sent by Colonel Ramos to support the two Venetian class ships. Facing the 7 protected cruisers of the United States, the pressure on the two Venice class cruisers was too great. Although the Maria Theresa class did not perform very well on this 10,000-ton patrol battle, a 7,000-ton patrol needs to ensure a speed of 20 knots. In terms of firepower, in terms of protection, certain concessions must be made, but facing the protected cruiser, it can be used to its full potential. Boom. Boom boom. A new round of salvo fire from the two Garibaldi class ships started again. After passing 13 rounds of 254mm artillery shells, some fell into the sea after a distance of 3,000 meters, and some plunged into the hull of the Pennsylvania or New Jersey. On board, the violent explosion caused huge damage to the two ships. The two Garibaldi-class ships were also bombarded by artillery fire from the Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Their 305mm main guns and 152mm secondary guns were also constantly counterattacking against the Columbus and Francisco Point. After a long exchange of fire, both Garibaldi-class cruisers suffered considerable damage. Among them, the number 3 main gun turret of the Columbus was damaged and rendered useless, and a 254mm gun barrel of the Francisco was also broken. In addition to the main gun, the 76mm gun and 57mm gun suffered heavy losses. In addition to the loss of artillery, the Columbus's hull suffered considerable losses, and many of its armor plates were knocked off. However, the most serious injury was a huge gap under the bow of the ship, which was hit by the 305mm main gun on the Pennsylvania. This gap also caused dozens of tons of water to enter the bow of the Columbus, and also slowed Columbus's speed. As for the Francisco, the situation was not much different from that of the Columbus. Both suffered considerable losses. Of course, the Pennsylvania and New Jersey were not faring well either, and their losses would not be lower than those of the two Garibaldi-class cruisers. However, although the injuries between the two seemed to be similar, the officers and soldiers on the Pennsylvania and New Jersey were frightened, because they all saw the powerful combat effectiveness of the two Garibaldi-class cruisers. After fighting for so long, the 3 Maria Theresa class patrol ships were just to make up. It was these 2 battleships that really caused huge harm to them, but they understood it too late, or they were just a little unlucky. No, a 254mm shell fired from the Francisco hit the right side of the New Jersey with a shrill scream. The shell tore through the upper layer of 102mm thick armor without any suspense, and exploded inside the hull. The vast energy released by high explosives, the temperature and pressure of the surrounding air increased to a terrifying level in an instant. The fiery red surging airwaves carried a large number of irregular twisted shrapnel and liquid metal flying into the sky, erupting like a hurricane and volcano. More than a dozen American sailors didn't even have time to hum before they were instantly swallowed up by high temperature shrapnel. In an instant, their limbs were severed, and their blood spurted out like a flash flood. The violent explosion also swept through the adjacent cabins. The flames and airwaves reached it, the flames rolled wildly, the steel armor shattered, and it was a mess. The huge hull of the New Jersey suddenly shook violently, making a heart-stopping tearing sound, and fire and smoke billowed out from the holes. It looked extremely embarrassed and miserable. It was obvious that the New Jersey had been badly damaged. Let the New Jersey retreat immediately, and we will cover its evacuation. In addition, send a telegram to Major General Samplin that we failed to install the patrol formation. Please consider it carefully. Seeing that the New Jersey was severely damaged, Colonel Simpson immediately ordered her to evacuate. A cruise ship that had been severely damaged could not stay any longer and needed to leave quickly. As for his own battleship, he will try his best to hold off the other 2 ships. For this reason, he is willing to sacrifice himself here. Of course, if he fails to die here, then he will let those idiots in the battleship design department know what happened to the naval officers and soldiers driving the garbage they designed. Colonel Simpson's dissatisfaction was deeply felt by Rear Admiral Samplin on the Oregon. Damn, the performance gap between these battleships is huge. In front of his eyes, the shallow water heavy gunboat BM-2 was already scarred. Speaking of which, the 3 shallow water heavy gunboats were unlucky enough. They were used as bait at first, and ended up having a fight with the fort. After attracting the Spanish fleet to engage in a battle, the 3 shallow water heavy gunships hurried over slowly. However, due to the long distance between the 2 warring parties, the 3 shallow water heavy gunships could only run at a maximum speed of 10 knots, so it was necessary it took a little longer. But when they arrived at the battlefield, they were a little dumbfounded. The battlefield was divided into 3 parts, and they didn't know which part to start from. At this time, the Indiana caused heavy damage, and Rear Admiral Samplin quickly asked it to rush over to top it. Major General Samplin was very dissatisfied with the performance of the Indiana class on the battlefield, especially after comparing it with the opposing Turin class. Before the battle with the Spanish battleships, he believed that, although the Indiana class battleships were not very good, they would not be much different in performance. Relying on a large number of cruisers, the probability of the US fleet winning was still quite high. However, this idea of his has given up hope after the battle. The gap between the 2 sides is quite large. In addition to the performance of the warships, the training of officers and soldiers and the command are much higher than that of their own fleet. If it weren't for its superiority in tonnage and number of warships, defeat would have come faster. But now, he needs to think about the US Navy, which has done its best in this naval battle. Send a message to the BM-3 and BM-5 ships, and ask them to hold off the enemy. Also send a message to the 3rd Formation to ask them to prepare to evacuate. Yes, after losing several battleships, even Rear Admiral Samplin must admit that this naval battle cannot be won, and the issue of retreat must be considered. Following his order, the 2 shallow water heavy artillery warships, knowing that they had been abandoned, had no choice but to step forward. Let's face the enemy, boys, we have no way to retreat. The Spaniards are nothing to be afraid of. Our 10-inch cannon can also knock open the opponent's armor. An officer encouraged his subordinates to fight. Seeing the 2 shallow water heavy artillery battleships approaching, Vice Admiral Cedra glanced at the 2 Turin class battleships under his command. Now the 2 ships are riddled with scars. In terms of artillery alone, they have lost 3 356mm main guns and 9 152mm secondary guns. As for the 76mm guns and 47mm guns, the losses are even greater. Of course, in addition to the loss of the naval guns, the hull was also riddled with holes, but the most important area near the waterline was intact, which also allowed the power of the 2 ships to be undamaged. Even the damaged Turin class cannot be humiliated by 2 shallow water heavy gunships. Yes, Lieutenant General Cedra considered it humiliating. Sink them. Following Vice Admiral Cedra's order, the 2 Turin class battleships immediately turned their guns towards the 2 shallow water heavy gunships. Fire. Following an order, more than 20 large caliber artillery pieces from the 2 warships sprayed tongues of fire into the distance, and orange flames and gunpowder smoke connected at the muzzles. The 427 kg shell flew with a muzzle speed of more than 700 meters. It flew over the 3.5 km wide sea in less than 6 seconds, shrouding the 2 shallow water heavy gunships in a column of water. 5 minutes later, a 427 kg 14-inch shell plunged into the middle deck of the BM-3 shallow water heavy gunship. The 6-inch Harvey-nickel steel armor cannot stop a hit from a 14-inch armor-piercing bullet. The quenched and hardened projectile easily tore through the armor and plunged into the middle deck. After passing through 2 cabins, it exploded about a cabin away from the flue. More than 10 kilograms of explosives mixed with shrapnel and hull fragments turned the surrounding area into a burning inferno. The high-speed debris easily tore apart the cabin wall, and the shockwave and fire generated by the explosion spread to the surroundings along with a breach, and thick smoke billowed from the middle of the hull of the BM-3. Fire and fight back against those Spaniards. The American gunner cursed while operating the artillery point, but those 10-inch heavy artillery that gives people a sense of security are not as good as people think. The US-made 10-inch 35mm artillery is very backward in nature, and even the propellant is maroon gunpowder. The crude turret, outdated ammunition supply and loading system, and the thick smoke that persisted for a long time after firing prevented these 10-inch guns from exerting their power. Countless 356mm and 152mm shells swept towards the American warship like raindrops. In less than 5 minutes, the BM-3 was hit by at least 3 large caliber shells. Each 356mm shell was like a heavy hammer, constantly knocking on the fragile hull of BM-3. I saw a huge fireball hitting the bridge of BM-3 hard. The flames after the explosion of the shell spread rapidly, almost completely covering the small bridge of the BM-3. With the crackling sound of explosions and the continuous hitting of cannonballs, the wooden parts of the BM-3 bridge quickly turned into ashes, and the steel brackets also softened and bent in the flames. It made a tooth-gripping squeaking sound under the heavy pressure. The days of the BM-3 shallow water heavy gunboat are running out. When BM-3 was destroyed, BM-5 was about to follow its lead. The BM-5 was also hit hard. All the artillery on the fighting side were destroyed, and a large amount of seawater poured in from the sideline. The already insufficient freeboard was further reduced, and the flames and thick smoke on the bridge less than 5 feet from the waterline had turned the battleship into a purgatory. From time to time, American officers and soldiers covered in fire jumped into the water. As the seawater flowed through the damaged cabin and entered the engine room, the already overwhelmed boiler finally shut down. The large amount of steam gushing out from the breach seemed like the last breath of a dying man. Immediately, the entire battleship slowly tilted to the left and finally capsized quickly. The entire bottom of the ship was upside down on the sea, surrounded by struggling US Navy personnel. The sounds of dying struggles were mixed with hysterical shouts and calls for help. The 2 shallow water heavy artillery ships were destroyed after only blocking for more than 20 minutes. Even the Oregon did not get far. Catch up and don't let the ship go under the order of Vice Admiral Cedra. The 2 Turin-class ships increased their speed and chased the Oregon. Although the speed of 16 knots is not fast, it is different when compared with the 13 knots of the US Oregon. Let all ships evacuate quickly, and we will hold off our opponents. Seeing that he could not escape, Rear Admiral Samplin also became fierce, saying that he wanted to let the US Navy retain more vitality no matter what. Report. Colonel Ramos reported that they had defeated the enemy's patrol formation, sank 3 Pennsylvania-class cruisers, 1 New York-class cruiser, and seriously injured 1 that escaped. We are now requesting instructions. Vice Admiral Cedra, who was chasing the enemy ship, immediately ordered after hearing the good news. Send a report to Colonel Ramos and allow him to pursue the fleeing US ship, using darkness as the guideline. After allowing Colonel Ramos to pursue, Lieutenant General Cedra stared at the Oregon in front, preparing for a desperate battle, and laughed. It seems that the enemy wants an honorable ending, so we will give them an honorable end. As the warships of the 2 sides approached, both sides continued to project tons of ammunition on each other. At this time, it was a competition of firepower and protection to see who could overwhelm the other side first. There is nothing fancy about this kind of confrontation. Everything depends on strength. In this high-intensity confrontation, the Indiana-class Oregon simply lacked confidence. A 356mm shell flew in the air for 5 seconds and then plunged into the middle of the Oregon's hull, detonating the shell close to the waterline. This was an armor-piercing shell. More than 20 kilograms of explosives were detonated at the moment when the hull was torn apart. The huge impact directly opened a huge gap in the side string of the Oregon. Then there was boom, boom. 2 loud bangs sounded from the rear of the Oregon's hull. At a distance of less than 3,000 meters, the rear main gun of the Isabel II fired 2 356mm armor-piercing projectiles into the stern of the Oregon at a nearly vertical angle. The first shell hit the main armor belt, and the huge impact hit the main armor belt of the Oregon. Although it did not penetrate, it tore an entire main armor plate from the hull, directly causing a hole to appear near the tail wheelhouse of the Oregon. A large opening of more than 10 square meters. Another shell directly penetrated the Oregon's upper armor belt and then passed through several cabins before exploding above the wheelhouse. The huge shell directly destroyed the wheelhouse, and the entire battleship was suddenly in a semi-out-of-control state. Facing the out-of-control Oregon, the two Turin-class ships did not continue to attack, but saved a little ammunition. Then the ship sank completely into the sea under the attack of 3 torpedo boats. As for Rear Admiral Samplin, he returned to his beloved sea with the battleship. Of course, the Oregon's obstruction was still very effective, delaying Vice Admiral Sidra and giving other warships time to escape. The Oregon was also the last battleship to sink in the Battle of San Diego. In this battle, the United States lost 2 Indiana-class battleships, 3 Pennsylvania-class cruisers, 1 New York-class cruiser, 3 shallow water heavy gunships, and a second-class protected cruiser. The total tonnage lost was 100,000 tons and more than 6,000 personnel. The loss is not small. On the Spanish side, 2 Maria Teresa-class cruise ships and 1 Venice-class cruise ship lost more than 20,000 tons of tonnage and more than 2,000 personnel. They also suffered heavy casualties. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 US-Spain Peace Talks in Paris. The Battle of San Diego ended in a disastrous defeat for the United States. When the news came out, countries around the world were in an uproar. All countries are paying unusual attention to this decisive battle between the navies of the United States and Spain. Newspapers from various countries have commented on the outcome of this decisive naval battle between the United States and Spain. The French newspaper Le Figaro commented, "The emerging US government was too eager to show its maritime interests and rushed into action before it was ready, so it was knocked unconscious by the aging Spain. Perhaps the US government needs to reflect on whether its urgent foreign expansion is reasonable." For this reason, Le Figaro newspaper also drew a cartoon. President McKinley, wearing an American flag uniform and holding a model of a battleship in his hand, was knocked to the ground by Prime Minister Castillo, who was wearing a Spanish big-brimmed hat. The irony of the picture is self-evident. France's cynicism towards the United States is of course motivated by interests. The United States has been trying to seize its canal digging rights in Panama from the French in recent years. Various methods were used for this purpose, such as using the Panama Railway in hand, charging high prices for transporting materials for the construction of the canal, and even suspending operations for various reasons. France knows this very well, but because of its lack of strength in the Americas, it can only endure it silently. How can you laugh unhappily when you finally see Americans being deflated? In addition to France, the British Empire, which was extremely concerned about the United States, also reported on it. The Times commented, just after publishing the news of the United States defeat, "The failure of this naval battle by the United States was a huge blow. However, the most important thing for the United States at the moment is to quickly negotiate a peace with Spain, because if the Spanish fleet recovers, a second bombardment of New York is very likely." Don't think that the Times is concerned about the United States. In essence, it is just trying to prevent Americans from stepping down, because the Times proposal is the best option for America. If the United States chooses to do this, then there will be something to say. Look at the smart Americans who have fully accepted the Times suggestions. This will also improve the quality and sales of the newspaper. Of course, other countries also reported on this naval battle, but in general, the defeat of the United States by all parties was unexpected. Of course, other countries can view this naval battle as a lively event, but for the two countries involved, this is a matter of interest. So, when the attack fleet was defeated, and the news of Rear Admiral Samplin's death reached the United States, an impassioned denunciation immediately began. The expensive warships returned with a disastrous defeat. The American people were not satisfied with this, and neither were American capital. Since he was not satisfied, someone needed to come forward and give an explanation, and no one was more suitable than Secretary of the Navy Theodore Roosevelt. There was nothing to say. Faced with a unanimous call from all over the country for Roosevelt to resign, the US government had no choice but to comply. So on the third day after the defeat in the naval battle, Theodore Roosevelt announced his resignation as Secretary of the Navy. However, some people can become great people and must have their own unique strengths. Mr. Theodore Roosevelt is one of them. On the occasion of his resignation speech, Theodore Roosevelt released a big revelation. According to him, the failure of the United States in the naval war was due to the secret help of Spain by a country with malicious intentions. When the reporter present at the time thought that this person was going to talk about Italy selling warships, this person directly said that it was the British who caused trouble. It was the British who secretly provided the Bermuda Islands for the Spanish fleet to use and also provided various supplies and coal. For this reason, the British warships also prevented American warships from patrolling the surrounding area. They also provided defense maps and hydrographic maps about our country, a crooked copy, to the Spanish fleet, provided advice and more. Anyway, according to Theodore Roosevelt, the Spanish fleet was able to appear on the East Coast because the British were hiding behind it. Theodore Roosevelt's revelations not only satisfied reporters, but also made the American people angry. They surrounded the British embassy before the British ambassador came out to defend himself and threw eggs, vegetables and other items at him. Some radical people even wanted to rush into the embassy. Fortunately, the US government was still sensible and sent military and police to protect its embassy. Theodore Roosevelt's move was very brilliant, and the anger of the Americans was transferred from him to the British. Anyway, this is not an injustice to the British. Did he know that the Spanish fleet could go to the East Coast to attack, but it was transited through the Bermuda Islands? Well, the Americans' dislike of the British can be deepened yet again. The defeated Americans passionately denounced the British Empire, while the victorious Spanish sang and danced happily. Major newspapers in Spain have extensively reported on this Spanish naval victory. In particular, Lieutenant General Sedella, who commanded this naval battle, has been described as the Alvaro de Bazan of the new era, the commander of the Armada, and also the history of Spain. The most capable naval admiral in the world died before the expedition to England, and he led the Spanish Armada in the new century. Of course, regarding the mercenaries from Italy in the fleet, the newspaper still mentioned it in passing, thanking the sailors hired from Italy. Well, the Spanish self-pleasure thankfully does not include high-level government officials, because the Madrid government knows that this war has allowed the Spanish treasury to run away with mice again. Yes, Spain has no money, so after hearing the news of the victory, Prime Minister Castillo was so happy that he burst into tears. Well, Spain didn't have to wait long before news came that the United States wanted peace talks. That's right. Since this naval battle has been lost, the hope of seizing Cuba is gone. Why not negotiate for peace and wait for the Spanish fleet to plunder the East Coast again? Well, at least at this time the US government has no psychological baggage about victory or defeat and can afford to let it go. In fact, there is nothing that can be done about it. After the failure of the naval war, American capitalists have been demanding peace talks. Because of the impact of the failure of the naval war, the American maritime transportation industry has fallen into the Great Depression. No one is willing to go to sea at this time, no matter how much money they have. Therefore, after recognizing the facts and urging domestic capitalists, the United States made a request for peace talks. Faced with the United States' request for peace talks, Spain naturally wanted it and chose to agree without much restraint. Immediately, the two parties chose to conduct peace negotiations in Paris. European countries were very concerned about the peace talks between the United States and Spain. They tried to participate, but they were directly rejected by the two countries regarding the peace talks between the United States and Spain. When other countries wanted to get involved, Italy, which was qualified, walked away. Because Italy has completed its mission, there is no need to show itself at this time. Chapter 420 Departure. Your Majesty, these are the casualties of our officers and soldiers in the kingdom. Admiral Yeagia, the Minister of the Navy, submitted to Carlo the casualties of Italian mercenary naval officers and soldiers in the Spanish-American War. This is a summary of information detailing the casualties of Italian naval officers and soldiers. As soon as Carlo opened the information, the number of casualties was written in the first article. 447 people were killed. 249 were seriously injured. 351 were slightly injured, and 19 were missing, for a total of 1,066 people. This casualty is enough to account for half of the Spanish Navy's casualties, which also shows that Italy is definitely doing its best in this naval battle between the United States and Spain. What does Spain say? After briefly flipping through the information in front of him, Carlo put it down and asked General Cargill, Spanish Navy Minister Admiral Cervera, expressed his gratitude to our country's naval officers and soldiers. He said that he would ensure that the pensions of the injured Italian officers and soldiers were paid on time. After listening to Admiral Yagi's answer, Carlo shook his head. This is not enough. Your navy also needs to provide a pension. These officers and soldiers who were killed or injured on the battlefield all made sacrifices for the interests of Italy. We cannot let them down. Okay, Your Majesty, the navy will provide a pension. Admiral Yagi certainly understood what the king meant, so he agreed without hesitation. After Admiral Yagi left, Carlo picked up the casualty information again. These are the most combat effective officers and soldiers of the navy. If it were not for the benefit of the kingdom, who would be willing to do this? Carlo looked at this document. Each name on it was a living life. Carlo was not given much time to express his feelings, and an attendant came quickly to report. His Excellency Boccona, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has urgent matters and wishes to see His Majesty. Carlo said quickly when he heard that the Foreign Secretary was in an emergency. Invite him in quickly. Your Excellency Boccona, what makes you so anxious? Seeing the sweaty foreign minister, Carlo felt a little curious. Your Majesty, something happened in the Far East. The Empress Dowager of the Far East imprisoned the Emperor and killed 6 officials who supported the reform. 100 days of reform. A word immediately came to Carlo's mind. Yes, this is the 100 days reform. Unlike in history, due to Italy's involvement, the calls for reform this time were somewhat muted. However, he was still regarded by the young Emperor Guangxu as a help in seizing power. Of course, the result is still the same. The reform still fails. The only difference is that the time for the reform is no longer 103 days, but only 97 days. It is easy to understand why Foreign Minister Boccona is so impatient. At present, the Qing dynasty in the Far East is Italy's largest overseas market. Every year, Italy imports a large number of special products from the Qing dynasty and exports various domestically produced goods, which is very important to Italy's industrialization. In addition, after the Qing Emperor announced his intention to carry out political and economic reforms, European countries burst into praise and cheers. European countries are not afraid that you will industrialize, but they are afraid that you will not industrialize. Because this will allow each country to earn more profits. The reason is very simple. Do you need capital for industrialization? What if you are short of money? It doesn't matter whether banks in various countries accept any mortgage and provide loan services. If you have money, do you still need to buy various machines, hire teachers and scholars, and purchase various technologies? The money is spent as quickly as it is borrowed, purely a left and right-handed game. When the debt piles up, banks in various countries immediately change their faces and ask you to pay back the money. If you don't have money, then I'm sorry. The armed debt collection teams in various countries are skilled in their business and will ensure that you voluntarily sell your son or daughter to repay the debt. If that's not enough, then sell yourself. Therefore, industrialization is a dangerous road, and countless countries have fallen on this road. Italy, which occupied the first place in the Qing market, was even more eager to get the biggest share of the Qing industrialization cake. Officials including those in Rome also thought so, and Carlo could not dispel the good ideas of officials and businessmen. Could it be that he said that the Guangxu Emperor could not succeed? How did he know? Therefore, during the king's political reform, Italy was even more involved and expressed its willingness to provide support to the king, whether it was academic or technical. Led by Italy, all countries were afraid of losing the opportunity and expressed their willingness to provide support for the king's reform. Okay, now it gets interesting. Countries were betting on the Qing dynasty's reform. But the Empress Dowager directly overturned the table. Instead of eating the meat, he got aroused. How could this not make the foreign secretary feel angry? It was fine before the offer was made, and now after the offer was made to whet his appetite, he directly said no more. How could he not make people angry? This news is really troublesome. What could Carlo say? He directly took over what the foreign secretary said. Your Majesty, this is not the worst. According to the report from Whirlwind Company, the Empress Dowager wants to depose the emperor and establish a new emperor. In this case, the situation in the Qing dynasty will be in turmoil, which will be very harmful to our country's market in the Far East. Unfavorable. So I called Whirlwind directly and ordered him to express our country's attitude, and other countries also expressed their support for the emperor. You have done a very good job. I highly approve of your handling of Far East affairs. What can Carlo say? This has triggered him to go to Beijing to practice boxing. In order to avoid being caught by crabs, Carlo directly changed the topic. Things in the Far East do require attention, but we need to pay more attention to the Munich schedule. Carlo's words directly drew the foreign secretary to the most important thing recently. That's right, the fate of the emperor in the Far East is still lower than the upcoming talks between the three monarchs and the prince. Yes, the most important thing for Italy right now is the gathering of the three emperors in Munich. This gathering was actually an enhanced version of the gathering between Carlo and the Kaiser a few years ago. William II also wrote to Carlo many times about this. This year, the party finally took place, with Kaiser Wilhelm II as the host. Carlo from Italy was definitely going, and Crown Prince Ferdinand from Austria-Hungary was the host. The content of the negotiation is actually not simple. It is an expanded version of the last German-Italian naval cooperation. It is planned that the three countries will jointly promote the development of each country's navy. Of course, in addition to the navy, Carlo also wants to expand technical exchanges to the army and even civilian technology. Of course, this requires a long way to go. Your Majesty, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has made preparations for the Munich talks. In addition, we have also negotiated with Germany and Austria. In addition to naval technical exchanges, we will discuss other technical exchanges. So, have you discussed when to leave? With talked, Your Majesty, do you think it's okay next month? Then, next month. Chapter 421 Munich Talks, Part 1. Munich in early winter is considered the warmest place in Germany, and it is already very comfortable for Germans. Nymphenburg, located on the outskirts of Munich, was built in 1664 by the Elector Ferdinand Maria and his wife. It has a strong Baroque style. The entire palace faces east and west, and is composed of square buildings connected into a group of buildings, with a frontage of 600 meters. The main building is majestic, and the two unfolded wings are symmetrical and harmonious. From a distance, the priorities are clear. In front of the palace, there is a pool of clear water, swans and wild ducks, soaring fountains, and a straight artificial river shaded by thick shades, forming a peaceful and elegant landscape. Today, Nymphenburg is decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and is extremely lively. Because today, Kaiser Wilhelm took this opportunity to entertain King Carlo of Italy, who came from afar. Long time no see, Carlo. Before Carlo got off the carriage, William II walked over. Hello, William, I haven't seen you for a long time. Carlo stepped out of the carriage and responded cheerfully to William II, who greeted him. Carlo, let me introduce you. This is Archduke Ferdinand, and this is Prince Ludwig. William pointed to the two men who came with him and introduced them to Carlo. Hello, Archduke Ferdinand. He knew this very well. It was his assassination that directly led to the First World War. Hello, Prince Ludwig. He had also heard of Prince Ludwig. He was the eldest son of Prince Leopold, the regent of the Kingdom of Bavaria, and he would also become the regent of Bavaria in the future. As for the regent of Bavaria, this is a long story. Since his cousin King Otto I of Bavaria was mentally ill and unable to perform the duties of the king, his uncle Prince Leopold took over as regent and managed the Kingdom of Bavaria. And this one is equivalent to the Crown Prince of Bavaria. Hello, King Carlo. The two of them also greeted Carlos very friendly. Let's go in first. We have to throw a party today for Carlo's arrival. Good idea, I agree. Well, before Carlo could say anything, the three of them decided to hold a party to welcome his arrival. Carlo, thank you very much for your help to our country in the Philippines. We will not forget the helping hand of our friends. William thanked Carlo in a low voice. You're welcome. This is what we should do, and helping your country reorganize order in the Philippines will also contribute to the stability of the entire region. The two men were talking about the problem of insurgency in the Philippines. Rebellion in the Philippines also grew after Spain sold the Philippines to Germany. Even President Aguinaldo of the so-called Republic of the Philippines openly advocated that Spain's sale of the Philippines was illegal because the transaction did not have the consent of the Filipino people. Okay, what the so-called President Aguinaldo of the Philippines says makes a little sense, but is it useful? It is clear that no country dares to offend Germany here. The German government ignored this statement because the truth lies within the range of the cannon. German counterinsurgency troops are on their way to the Philippines. As for the results of the counterinsurgency, it goes without saying that even the aging Spanish army could not handle it, let alone the German army. 50,000 German troops swept across the entire Philippines, wiping out all armed forces who dared to oppose and question. Although some guerrillas still exist in the Philippines, all large-scale rebel armed forces have been eliminated. When Germany was fighting the rebellion, Italy's Borneo colony provided the army with a wealth of logistical and intelligence assistance, and William's gratitude came from this. Carlo, have you ever experienced the joy of hunting? What, William? Do you want to hunt? Yes. Are you interested in hunting some rabbits? No. Problem. The lights in Newfoundland are brightly lit at night. On a bitterly cold night, the Newfoundland ballroom is steaming with steam. Men and women are all dressed up and shining. Although the number of people in this party was not large, the standard was very high. There was an emperor, a crown prince, a king, as well as several regents and princes. Such a high-profile party is also a talking point for those who can participate. Since it is a party, there is a focus, and the focus of this party is of course the monarchs representing the three countries of Germany, Austria, and Italy. However, these three monarchs seemed to be conversing on their own, and there was no chance for anyone else to intervene. Carlo, I brought greetings from my uncle. He promised your country that he would never embarrass your country on the Bulgarian issue. Moreover, our country did not know about it at this time, and did not expect Bulgaria to do this. Archduke Ferdinand, holding a glass of wine, was explaining to Carlo that the situation in Bulgaria had nothing to do with them. Carlo half believed and half didn't believe what Archduke Ferdinand said. What he believed was that it was absolutely impossible for Austria-Hungary to provoke the relationship between Italy and Bulgaria on its own, because the gain would outweigh the loss. Those who don't believe it are that Austria-Hungary is definitely an insider, and they are not as innocent as they say. What Archduke Ferdinand said was the Bulgarian government's decision not to renew the preferential treaty between Bulgaria and Italy. This incident was only reported to Rome a week before Carlo's departure. The Bulgarians' actions made Rome furious. Foreign Minister Bacona, who was originally planning to accompany them, directly terminated the trip and dealt with this diplomatic incident. Yes, this is indeed a diplomatic accident, because it was completely unexpected by Italy. Of course, although Italy was caught off guard, it was quickly discovered that the Russians were behind this incident. Speaking of which, such a huge change in Bulgaria's diplomacy also involved changes in Bulgaria's political scene. Stefan Stambulov, the powerful prime minister who seized Macedonian territory for Bulgaria, was dismissed last year, and King Ferdinand I of Bulgaria took control that power. After taking power, Ferdinand I also did one more thing, which was to make his son, Prince Boris, who was only 4 years old, give up his Roman Catholic faith and convert to Orthodox Christianity. Although this move greatly increased his reputation in Bulgaria, but also offended some Austrian relatives of course. More importantly, with the dismissal of Prime Minister Stefan, the stubborn stone between Bulgaria and Russia was removed. Yes, it was Prime Minister Stefan who crushed Russian intervention and supported Prince Ferdinand from the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha family as the Grand Duke of Bulgaria. Now that the Prime Minister who is hostile to Russia has stepped down, why not take the opportunity to repair the relationship between the two countries? At present, the most powerful small country in the Balkans is Bulgaria, and it goes without saying that the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia is Russia. It was Russia that allowed Bulgaria to gain independence. This kind of kindness cannot dissipate in a few years or more. Point with Lang's interest in having a concubine. The relationship between Bulgaria and Russia developed rapidly. Point of course, this cannot be the reason why Bulgaria took the initiative to alienate Italy. The real reason is that Bulgaria secretly contacted Greece. It could not find helpers in a single fight to discuss the issue of the remaining Ottoman territories in Europe. Point however, Italy cannot be a helper to Bulgaria, but will be an opponent, so Bulgaria will take the initiative to alienate Italy. In a sense, Bulgaria has done nothing wrong. Its foreign policy has always been to serve Bulgaria's growth. Chapter 422 Munich Talks, Part 2. The hustle and bustle of the party has disappeared after a night of precipitation, and a new day has arrived. The three monarchs, princes, also gathered together again, but they had already discussed more important things. Everyone, we are happily gathered here. In addition to sharing friendship, I also want to talk about cooperation among our three countries. As the host, William II always made an opening remarks before William could continue. Carlo said in agreement. That's right, William. Our three countries occupy a vast area of Central and Southern Europe. As long as our three countries unite as one, we can make a louder voice in the world. All countries must listen to our opinions carefully. Therefore, we can definitely improve our military. In terms of diplomacy and people's livelihood, we have reached cooperation that satisfies all three parties. After hearing what Carlo agreed with, William looked at him and said, Carlo, do you have any good opinions? Yes, I have a little opinion. Carlo waved his hand to the waiting attendants. Bring me a map of Europe. After the attendant brought the map, Carlo pointed at the spread map. For the alliance between our three countries, I believe both of us can feel the benefits. Our country and the west of Germany are both bordered by France. We, Germany and Italy, can put pressure on France on land and sea, and France must consider us at the same time. The defense pressure on the navies and armies of the two countries will be very high, which will help these Gauls, who may have feverish minds, to stay awake. Point to the east of your two countries is the polar bear Russia. Although Russia has calmed down in recent years, this bear is very restless, especially after the Bank of France helped it sort out its finances. This bear has another interest in the two of you threaten. As for the threatening Russia, we cannot relax our vigilance, so it is very important to jointly confront the enemy. Speaking of this, Carlo looked at Grand Justice Ferdinand. Ferdinand, we in Italy don't have much interest in the Balkans anymore. Apart from ensuring our territory in the Balkans, we can't take care of other things. So in the Balkans, we should be collaborators, not competitors. Faced with Carlo's sudden move, Archduke Ferdinand was a bit unprepared. Carlo, is there any misunderstanding? Nothing. I just reiterated our country's position in the Balkans. Whether you believe it or not, our country has no time or energy to pay attention to the Balkans. The problems in the Far East are enough to cause our country a headache. We don't want to distract our limited energy. What will happen if this happens? Nothing can be done. Carlo's words made Ferdinand not know how to answer, so he had to say, Carlo, our country does not regard your country as a competitor. Well, even if this matter is over. Carlo said this, probably because he has been troubled by many things recently. The Kaiser, who came out to smooth things over, comforted Carlo. Thank you, I'm feeling much better. Replying to William II is regarded as acquiescing to the other party's statement. As I said just now, our three countries are highly complementary in diplomacy. Of course, in addition to diplomacy, in fact, they are also highly complementary in other aspects such as military, people's livelihood, and intelligence. Speaking of which, Carlo gave an example. As far as the navies of our three countries are concerned, in terms of artillery technology, both Krupp and Skoda are world-renowned artillery factories, but our country has a gap in this aspect. In terms of ship power research, our country this aspect is relatively outstanding. Of course, there are countless cases where each of these countries has some advantages. Speaking of this, Carlo too had a rough idea. And now with the development of the times, weapon research and development is becoming more and more expensive, so I think it is no longer possible to focus on research and development alone. I think only unity can make us strong. Everyone brings out their own technology, and only innovation can let's make progress. Facing Carlo's words, Kaiser Wilhelm's eyes flashed. This was so right. For Germany, which was about to build warships on a large scale, such a technological combination was really to his liking. Carlo is right. We really need to unite. However, although William II praised this plan, some people still had doubts. But there is also a problem with this kind of joint research, and that is what to do if there are differences in research directions. In addition, how to allocate resources if the research focus is different, and how to share the investment funds among various countries. It was Archduke Ferdinand who said this, and it was obvious that he also saw the difficulty in this regard. Because this involves the amount of money to pay, or the needs of each. I also know the issues that Archduke Ferdinand is considering. Before this, our country and Germany conducted a pilot project, and it felt pretty good, so I would like to share it too. Carlo then informed him of the joint research and development of technologies that both Germany and Italy could agree on. The results would be shared, and the funds would be equally shared. That's it. Then my problem is gone. Although Crown Prince Ferdinand has no problem, Carlo still has problems. I believe everyone can see the benefits of joint research. I have a point of view here, that is, it is best to talk about differences first, talk more, and then decide to separate research and development if we really can't reach an agreement. Carlo's words were alluding to something, and yes, he was referring to you. Zio point originally, this joint research was very beneficial to everyone. It was fine at first, but something went wrong after a while. In the past year, there have been a lot of differences between the two parties. These differences are all related to technical research, where Germany has a first mover advantage, which makes the Italian side a little tired. Carlo's words made the Kaiser's face look a little unnatural. It was obvious that this person was definitely an insider. There may be some misunderstanding in this. You also know that in terms of technological research, most of them are carried out by enterprises in our country. Facing William's feeble defense, Carlo shook his head. This is simple. If disagreements continue to occur several times, kick them out and bring in another one. If the joint research cannot be united, then it will be done independently. This will affect the relationship between alliances and is very detrimental to unity. Well, Carlo's words are clear enough. If you come in and take advantage, just kick him out. This kind of company that doesn't think about the overall situation, let it go. It's better for this kind of fool with no vision to go bankrupt. And Carlo's rare harsh words made William think even more. This issue does need attention. I assure you that we will try our best to avoid this situation, and the number will not be higher than the initial number. Well, this guarantee is very sincere. It depends on who becomes the chicken in the hands of William II. Chapter 423 Munich Talks, Part 2. The Navy's joint technical research is currently the strongest among the three countries, and Carlo brought it out from the beginning, because he knew that both Germany and Austria wanted Italy in this regard. Of course, with the help of the Navy's technological research and development, it is natural to transfer to the army. At this time Carlo released a large satellite. In fact, in the army, we are the ones who need joint research the most. Our country recently received news that France has developed a time-honored artillery, a new 75mm rapid-fire cannon that can fire 15 shells per minute. This is impossible. There is no such fast artillery in the world. Before Carlo could finish his words, the Kaiser stood up and denied it. It's completely incredible. Archduke Ferdinand also expressed his disapproval of Carlo's remarks. Don't they understand artillery? Wrong. It is precisely because they understand it that they deny it. You must know that the current rate of fire of artillery with similar calibers in various countries is basically 2 to 3 rounds per minute. No matter how hard you train, this is the rate of fire. What is it that allows all artillery to shoot at this rate of fire? Yes, that's recoil. The recoils the artillery is fired will push the gun body back and away from the gun emplacement. Not only does the soldier have to work hard to push it back to its original position, it limits the places that can be selected when the artillery is placed. At the same time, the aiming is completely lost, and the ballistic parameters have to be recalculated. Ewan With this coming and going, time just slipped away. And these two people obviously knew this, so they flatly denied it after Carlo spoke. I also hope that what I said is false, but there are some things that cannot be solved by denying them. Well, actually, these two people knew that they had said the wrong thing as soon as they opened their mouths. But this is also reasonable. You must know that Germany trusts its own artillery very much and considers it to be the best artillery in the world. I haven't seen that crap cannons have been sold all over the world in recent years, and you can see them everywhere. This is proof point, of course. Carlo's words now broke crap's myth. An epoch-making artillery was actually born, and they didn't know it yet. Can I ask, do you know the performance of this artillery? That's right. At this time the two finally calmed down and immediately asked them about the performance of this product. Carlo then briefly explained Miss 75's data, which made the two of them, especially the Kaiser, frown. With a rate of fire of 15 rounds per minute, it can still have a range of 8,500 meters, and its maneuverability is pretty good. Are you going to abandon Germany? Knowing the seriousness of the matter, William couldn't sit still. He needed to discuss it with his military officials immediately. I'm sorry if I can excuse you. I hope we can continue chatting later. I'm sorry, I'll excuse you. Looking at the two people leaving in a hurry, Carlo left immediately. The thunder that exploded today has some effect. I believe it will be enough to put pressure on Germany and Austria. That's right. Miss 75's information mainly came from Carlo's mind. After the French developed this epoch-making masterpiece, they kept it secret and even did not hesitate to modify the data. But unfortunately, this didn't work at all for Carlo. For the sake of Italy's future artillery, Germany and Austria must be informed that the French are hiding a big killer. As for why Austria-Hungary is also nervous, because Russia is an ally of France, will this epoch-making masterpiece not appear in the hands of the Russians? In fact, it would have been better to tell them earlier. At least it would have forced Germany to take the heavy artillery route for 2 years earlier. Yes, Germany was forced to equip so many heavy artillery pieces in World War I by this Miss 75. You must know that at this time, the German divisions were mainly equipped with 77mm field guns, and they had not yet thought of using heavy artillery. That thing is too heavy and not suitable for maneuvering with the army. Historically, it was also this Miss 75 that forced Germany to adopt the heavy artillery route, because Germany could not beat France in terms of speed of fire. As for the French military who got the artifact, they were so fascinated by this Miss 75 that they lost their consciousness. As for Carlo's intention, it is very simple, that is, to make the German and Austrian armies feel the pressure, and then promote the joint research and development of army weapons among the three countries. Italy has limited funds. If not, how can it obtain the latest army weapon technology? In order to keep Italy at the forefront of military technology, Carlo was forced to use some crooked tricks. It's all caused by a lack of money. Who wouldn't want to develop their own exclusive technology if they have money? Of course, Carlo only knows. If you want him to tell you the detailed data or key skills of Miss 75, it will be a bit difficult. Although the two monarchs, princes, were disturbed by the news brought by Carlo and left midway, they returned soon after. Thank you, Carlo, for bringing this news. It is so important to us. Yes, thank you very much for your country. Let's just forget about the thanks from the two monarchs. How about discounting them? Of course, Carlo could only think about this in his heart. Both of you, I think that under the current circumstances, our three countries really need joint research on military technology. When faced with Carlo's talk about joint research and development again, William's attitude was completely different this time. I very much agree with Carlo's words. Military technology is advancing rapidly, and we cannot delay for a moment, otherwise we will fall behind at any time. It was obvious that the Kaiser's words were inspired by this. In the morning, German artillery technology was still the best in the world. Now, even before lunch, it was already lagging behind. This change happened so fast that it was hard to guard against it. We, in Austria, have no problem. Joint research and development of military technology is very beneficial to our three countries. I very much agree. Well, after the monarch has reached the basic agreement, it's time for the ministers to come on stage. However, the main discussion was with the military. Military personnel from Germany, Italy, and Austria discussed the main content of the research and development of technology for the Navy and Army. This was different from the gentle discussions between the three monarchs. The military leaders of these three countries were not economical. For example, it took more than a week to determine the caliber of naval guns. The main reason is that the navies of various countries have different perceptions of caliber, and the order of research and development of naval guns is also different. After a week of quarreling and slapping the table and staring, the caliber of naval guns was unified. Regarding naval guns, the three countries unanimously agreed to divide naval guns into 37, 57, 75, 105, 150, 210, 254, 305, 350, 380, and 410 calibers regardless of the warships and guns built by the previous countries. The warships built by the three countries in the future will need to move closer to this aspect, because the future research on artillery of the three countries will mainly focus on these calibers. Of course, for the navies of the three countries, the most important naval gun research and development is still 305mm. Because the three countries decided that the next level of warships should be equipped with 305mm rapid-fire naval guns. Chapter 424 Paris Peace Treaty. The snowy scenery of the Alps in winter is charming, and a train travels on the railway in the mountain stream. On this train, Carlo glanced at the winter scenery outside the window and said to the two Navy and Army ministers sitting opposite him, "We have been talking for a month this time, and the result is pretty good. Thank you both for your hard work." Facing Carlo's words of thanks, the two military bosses hurriedly answered, "It's not hard, it's all as it should be." Marshal Cadorna, Minister of War, expressed his feelings. "Your Majesty, it is really not easy to negotiate technical cooperation this time. If Your Majesty had not already negotiated the basic framework, I think the war ministers of Germany and Austria would not be very happy." Facing the words of the Minister of War, Carlo nodded in agreement. "Of course, there is still a slight gap between my country and Germany and Austria in terms of army technology research and development. We need to recognize the fact on this point. Actually, it's not just the army. I talked with Admiral Tirpitz. Next year, the German Navy's investment in science and technology will exceed ours. The fact that we can still maintain the technological lead at present is due to the accumulation of advanced technology. If this continues, I'm afraid that sooner or later naval technology is also likely to fall behind Germany." Admiral Yagel, the Minister of Land and Sea, expressed his concerns, but he immediately changed the subject. "But now it's better. Our joint research and development will reduce the consumption of funds, and we can continue to invest in many new technology projects, instead of reluctantly cutting them off due to lack of funds." Well, again, this is all about money. If Mr. Khan wants to be at the forefront of the world, he can only find allies for help. This is why Carlo strongly wants to promote joint research and development among the three countries. Of course, Carlo also used a little trick in choosing the time. It happened to be the beginning of large-scale shipbuilding in Germany after the passage of the German Navy Act. At this time, Germany is most dependent on Italy. At this time, at least Germany is very willing to propose joint research and development among the three countries. Of course, Germany also knows that it is very easy to offend Italy just because it wants to take wool from Italy. Therefore, when Carlo proposed joint research and development of technology between the Navy and Army, Germany agreed after taking into account the importance of Italy. In a sense, this also means that Italy's national power has increased. With enough strength, it is no longer the pseudo-power that no one looked down on before. Look, Italy has been struggling in Carlo's hands for almost 20 years, and it is not easy to finally let other countries take seriously its strength. After defeating Germany, the joint research and development of the three countries is basically completed. As for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, they will basically not refuse. For Austria-Hungary, there is still a small obstacle in conducting research and development with Italy. However, after Carlo made a guarantee and promised not to hinder the expansion of Austria-Hungary's influence in the Balkans, at least the small thorn in the heart of Austria-Hungary has been eliminated. The remaining things are it's basically a matter of course point, but although this talk was pretty good, there were some shortcomings. For example, joint technology research and development is basically focused on the follow-up research and development of existing weapons. As for the research and development of new weapons, each one still does its own thing. Your Majesty, I have a question that I hope your Majesty can answer for me. Marshal Cardona suddenly asked at this time. Go ahead and I'll let you know if I can. When asked by the Secretary of War, Carlo did not give a positive word because there were some things that he could not explain. Our army is very concerned about the new French rapid-fire artillery that your Majesty mentioned. I would like to ask your Majesty once. Is this information accurate? Yes. Not only Germany is very concerned about France's new rapid-fire guns, but the Italian army is also very concerned about it because it is related to Italy's national defense security. Moreover, the intelligence department of the Ministry of War did not know the news at all, which made the old marshal a little confused. The main blame for this was that Carlo had not communicated with the army before speaking, which made the army secretary a little embarrassed when he was questioned, but fortunately he covered it up. Now it's time for Carlo to explain the mistake. However, this is not entirely Carlo's fault, because he also made a temporary decision at the time, whether to speak or not, but he must bear part of the responsibility. Actually, I will tell you this question, even if you don't ask. Carlo gathered his thoughts and replied. This is the news that the royal family's intelligence personnel accidentally discovered. However, due to the strict confidentiality of the French, they were not able to take photos of the actual object. Instead, they only saw the test data. Well, Carlo's answer dispelled most of Marshal Cardona's doubts, because he also knew some information. The king has an extremely mysterious intelligence organization in his hands. As for how mysterious it is, it can be described in one sentence. Only his voice is heard, but his person is not seen. Marshal Cardona obviously did not intend to continue asking questions regarding matters related to this mysterious intelligence organization. As a result, the atmosphere gradually became quieter, and the train carrying them moved forward quickly, passing through the Alps, and returning to Rome in the middle of the Apennine Peninsula. Rome was at Rome, and the air was filled with a familiar atmosphere. But before Carlo could take a few more puffs, when he returned to Rome, he was immediately informed of the news by the foreign minister, who greeted him. You mean the United States and Spain have finished talking in Paris? Yes, your Majesty. The peace negotiations between the two countries were concluded yesterday, the foreign minister said as he took out a piece of information. Your Majesty, this is the information for the treaty signed between the two countries. Listening to the words of the foreign secretary, Carlo took over the information on the Paris Peace Treaty. It felt awkward, but there was nothing wrong with it. There are only a few of the above, the first of which is that the United States recognizes Spanish sovereignty over Cuba, Puerto Rico, and other Spanish islands in the West Indies. Article 2. Spain must guarantee the property of American merchants in Cuba and the Spanish West Indies. If it is violated, Spain must recover and return it. This is also the most difficult negotiation between the two parties. Article 3. Both sides shall repatriate prisoners of war to each other. Article 4. In view of the huge gap between the prisoners of war between the two sides, and disputes caused by the differences may not be avoided, the United States decided to pay $10 million in food expenses. Spain captured a total of more than 900 American naval officers and soldiers. This person's food expenses of more than 10,000 points were indeed heroic. Well, you don't need to look at this kind of deceiving method to know that this is considered compensation. After closing the contract, Carlo looked at the Navy minister and said, "Then our soldiers can return home, right, Admiral?" Agile replied immediately, "Your Majesty, that's for sure. I will send a letter to the Spaniards to ask them to release our officers and soldiers." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Carlo boarded the carriage. It had been a month since he had seen his little Vittorio, and Carlo was eager to return home. Chapter 425. The United States request for ship purchase. The end of the Spanish-American War brought peace back to the world. In the following time, Italy also developed step by step. It should be noted here that this year is an extraordinary year for the Italian shipbuilding industry. This year, the total number of orders received by the Italian shipbuilding industry exceeded that of the British Empire and ranked first in Europe. This is a major event in the shipbuilding industry. You must know that the British Empire has never fallen behind since the Dutch took over the #1 shipbuilding position in Europe. After more than 100 years, this honor finally no longer belongs to the British Empire. Why isn't it big news? The booming development of the Italian shipbuilding industry has both internal and external reasons. The internal reason is that, in order to receive orders, Italian shipyards use the most deterrent weapon, that is, price. Any qualified businessman is very sensitive to price, let alone a large item like a ship, which needs to be paid attention to. In terms of price, Italy has achieved the lowest price in Europe for the same type of commercial ships, which makes it impossible for any shipping company to ignore Italian shipyards. Of course, in addition to price, Italy also does well in other aspects, such as commercial ship design. Relying on Italy's outstanding ship designers, the Italian shipbuilding industry innovates civilian ships and strives to meet customers with various needs. Special transport ships were even designed to meet the needs of ships transporting a certain type of ore. Relying on the two magic weapons of price and customer demand, the Italian shipbuilding industry has been successful in the European shipbuilding market. Of course, it is not enough to rely on these two weapons to win the first place in Europe. Fortunately, Italian shipyards have another external factor, and that is the help of the government. Yes, the Navy promoted the integration of Italian shipyards back then, which allowed the strength of major shipyards to grow rapidly. The major shipyards that have grown in strength are taking this opportunity to grab orders in the European shipbuilding market. After all, I'm the cheapest if I'm of high quality, and it's difficult to guarantee the quality of ships with a lower price than mine. Shipping merchants from various countries will weigh the pros and cons. The prosperity of Italy's shipbuilding industry has naturally led to the development of other related industries, such as the steel industry, chemical industry, wood processing and many other industries. Moreover, the shipbuilding industry is also a labor, capital, and technology-intensive industry, which has a very good role in promoting the development of Italian industry. It is also conducive to absorbing a large number of people and alleviating the pressure on the Italian population. Regarding the great development of Italy's shipbuilding industry, Carlo, as the king, naturally seemed to be happy in his eyes and in his heart. But the good news seemed to be more than this. When Carlo was checking the development of the shipyard, he saw a guard reporting that Foreign Minister Boccona wanted to see him. If the Foreign Secretary wants to see him, what else is there to say? Just meet him. But when Carlo saw Boccona, he found that his foreign minister walked in with a strange expression on his face. But when he opened his mouth, even Carlo's expression was similar to his. This was really weird. Your Majesty, our ambassador to the United States sent a telegram that the US government wants to purchase our country's warships and technology. The United States wants to buy warships. Well, this news was indeed strange enough that Carlo couldn't help but ask again. Yes, Your Majesty, this is a telegram from Dadgetti from Washington. Please take a look at it. Carlo took the telegram and read it immediately. This is shocking to see. This old American has a big appetite. He wants to buy 3 Genoa-class battleships and 3 Garibaldi-class battleships in one go. He also wants to buy the blueprints of these 2 battleships. He is truly a wealthy businessman. He is so rich. Why did the United States suddenly propose to purchase ships from our country? And it still purchased so many ships. What must have happened must be investigated clearly. That's right. This sudden willingness to buy made Carlo afraid to agree. It would be better to ask first. After receiving Carlo's orders, Foreign Minister Boccona went to collect intelligence. Your Majesty, this is a reason. It didn't take long for the Foreign Secretary to appear in front of Carlo the next day with the intelligence. After receiving the information, Carlo felt an indescribable feeling. It can be described in one sentence. Yankee, you too have today. The problem lies in the Hawaiian Islands. Isn't this the outbreak of a war between the United States and Spain? When the United States was preparing to deal with the Spanish in the Caribbean, some people had the mentality of chasing rabbits and planning to use the opportunity of the United States' victory over Spain to solve the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific in one fell swoop transfer station. So, when all countries were attracted by the United States and Spain in the Caribbean, the American president of the Republic of Hawaii, announced that Hawaii would be annexed to the United States. Well, it's a bit weird for an American to serve as the president of Hawaii. In fact, this is nothing. This is because Queen Liuakalani, the last queen of Hawaii, opposed the United States privileges in Hawaii, so she was overthrown by the sailors of the US Boston. In 1887, Lauren A. Thurston, a member of the Kingdom of Hawaii and Minister of the Interior, presided over the formulation of the Bionic Constitution. The new constitution increased the influence of European and American residents and weakened the power of the monarch. After the Kingdom of Hawaii ceased to exist, the United States established a puppet government, the Republic of Hawaii, entirely run by Americans. In fact, after the overthrow of Queen Liuakalani's rule, local Americans tried to push Hawaii to be annexed to the United States, but were rejected by then President Grover Cleveland. The reason for the rejection is simple, because half of the Japanese people live in Hawaii, and Japan is also eyeing Hawaii. I thought that with the victory of the Spanish-American War, I could achieve the annexation of Hawaii as a matter of course. But I didn't expect that it was messed up. The battle with Spain failed miserably, which made the United States make a fool of itself in front of the world. And its poor performance in the war dragged down other US interests. For example, Japan, which also has interests in Hawaii, took this opportunity to send a formation composed of the battleship Fuji and the cruise ship Yoshino to Hawaii to demonstrate they believe that the United States annexation of Hawaii violates international law, and that the relationship between Hawaii and the United States needs to be redefined. In addition, the Japanese fleet also brought a powerful weapon, Liuakalani, the former queen of the Kingdom of Hawaii. The Queen of Hawaii, who was forced to abdicate, had been living in London before, but this time she was brought over by the Japanese. It was obvious that she had the help of the British. The Queen even announced on a Japanese warship that she had previously announced her abdication because the people in the Republic of Hawaii had promised to ensure Hawaii's independence, but now they have gone back on their word and will rebuild the Kingdom of Hawaii. Well, with the help of Japan, Hawaii has made waves again, which has made the US military, which has just suffered heavy losses, full of anger. At this time, former Secretary of the Navy Roosevelt took the opportunity to express his voice. The United States cannot be insulted like this. We should build a more powerful navy to protect our safety and interests, and Roosevelt's words made the American people boil. Well, mainly the capitalists, who now need more markets to accommodate the goods in the factories. With the support of capitalists and the public demonstrations and rallies they led, the US government decided to stick to its stance on the Hawaii issue. It could be bullied by any cat or dog, and the Yankees' bloody spirit was aroused. However, although I plan to fight hard, Hawaii is far away in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and the naval strength of this competition is not enough. This is a bit embarrassing. The current US Navy is not strong enough, so it requires hard work and ships. So the US government immediately thought of Italy. That's why the United States purchased warships from Italy, and in order to boost national confidence and show Japan a good life, the US government wanted to package Italy's new warships. Seeing this, Carlo didn't know what to say. There is only one sentence: Americans, you too will have today. If I don't kill you, my conscience will hurt. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.